savings that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Good morning. You are listening to On the Rise with your host, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano, and we've got Nick Johnston on the board. Happy holidays. I hope your Christmas was great. I hope that your Hanukkah is going splendidly as well. How you doing this morning, Mike?
Well, I'm alive. Let's just say that.
Alive is good.
I'm under the weather these last few days. I won't spread any germs towards you, and I won't.
So I'm sitting a little too close to you then.
Yeah, I won't get people with any of the gross details, but I'm not sure if it's a neurovirus or stomach flu. But I'm here. I'm alive against all odds and ready to talk sports on our 4-hour gauntlet today.
Well, when you say 4-hour gauntlet, we've got 2 hours this morning, obviously 8 to 10 for On the Rise, and then we will be covering Mr. Marcus Mack's show this later on this morning, the truth about Chicago sports. So that's the 4-hour gauntlet. So what would Hawk say? Sit back, strap it down, and I have absolutely no idea, really.
Yeah, it's been a number of years since I had any Hawkisms, so I'm not sure. But yeah, kind of like a doubleheader for us today here.
Yeah.
So we're going to give you all of the teams in existence. Now, all of the teams in Chicago, you're going to get, of course, all the teams you usually get here with On the Rise. And then, of course, we'll head on into the professional side of things with the truth about Chicago sports. And there might be a little crossover. We're going to cover some of the teams we normally cover on the Rise because I feel like they fit better in Truth About Chicago Sports now that we're getting the full 4 hours today. But we're going to leave no stone unturned. And that starts out with the Chicago Bulls. Yeah, it was an interesting week for the Bulls that included 0 wins. Last Saturday, after we jumped off the mics here, that was City Edition night against the Boston Celtics, who the Bulls had just beaten in Boston. Unfortunately for the Bulls, they couldn't match the defending champs a second time in 2 games. And
correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I kind of called this one.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
I mean, it didn't really need to take a soothsayer or a tarot card reader to see this one coming.
I will say I was guest acting at Disturbia Haunted House for their Twisted Elves event, and there was a gentleman in line. Now, you're there to see the show, but he was in line with his phone out streaming the game. I got a couple issues with that. One, you're paying all that money to Jerry Reinsdorf and CHSN to stream the game, and 2, you're doing it when you're at an event.
And you've already actually paid the money to go to the event?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you must be a diehard Bulls fan to stick with them through thick and thin. I will say the Bulls were on a 3-game win streak going into that night, so stakes were a little bit high. But somebody should have told the Bulls that because they fell 123-98. It was once again the Jason Tatum show. He came up with 43 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists. That led all 3 categories for the Celtics side of things. On the Bulls side, it was Nikola Vukovic with 19 points and 10 rebounds leading the way, and Ayo Dosunmu had the high in assists with 6. But it did not fare well for the Bulls. Monday, I was actually at this game before I was, under the weather. That was the holiday game. This is not the water bottle that they gave out. It was actually a very nice. I meant to bring it today, but with all the chaos going on, I've got to have my Pedialyte here and survive a little bit. But the water bottle was like one of those metal swell water bottles with like the Bulls logo on it, but it was almost like an ugly sweater logo wrapped around that had that like knitted print. So
I was going to say fancy, but that sounds, not all that fancy.
Yeah. This game was abysmal, to say the least. I had some great seats. Shout out Peyton for giving those to myself and Brendan. Thanks to Brendan for taking me. But this was a Giannis.
Freebie?
Yeah, freebie. Getting pays to know people. Maron, you got to know people.
Yeah, you got to know people. Forget about it.
This was a Giannis and Dame-less Bucks team. No Antetokounmpo, no, what is his name? Damian Lillard. And yet the Bulls still trailed by basically 20 points all game. And there was never any kind of hope that the Bulls were going to turn it on and get going. The only highlight of this game was Benny the Bull was handing out coal before the game. And
Cole?
Yeah, so all the
not presents, but coal or popcorn
to the Bucks players. Coal to the Bucks. He did the popcorn thing that came out of the presents, but the Bucks players didn't appreciate that, so they flipped the table on him, and the coal went flying everywhere across the court. That was about it. That was the highlight.
Did it get a good laugh at least?
It was, yeah, sure. Yeah. It was also, though, while they were in the middle of announcing the lineups. So I don't think anybody in the arena, unless they were close to that, really saw what was going on. Everybody was just paying attention to who the starting five for the Bulls were. So
gotcha.
It didn't matter, though. 112-91 is your final score. Bucks take this one, and keep that in mind because the Bulls will have to play the Bucks again very soon. That was the lowest point total of the season for the Bulls with that 91. They shot 20.8% from the three, and that was compared to the Bucks' 55% from three. Yeah, I would say stop shooting threes and start driving at some point, but, what do I know, I guess?
Well, this is the new look Bulls.
Yeah.
This
team's not built to drive.
You really wouldn't say that they're playing a whole hell of a lot of defense in these last couple of games.
Funny you mentioned no defense.
They do, they're like one of the highest percentage shooting three-point teams. And when I say highest percentage three-point teams, they take a lot of threes. They don't make a lot of threes. They take a lot of threes.
Yeah. Funny you say no defense because the third and final game of the week was Thursday night against the Atlanta Hawks in Atlanta. That was the first game after the Bulls' little holiday break. Typically, the NBA doesn't take a holiday break, and there were some teams playing on Christmas, but the Bulls were not one of them.
So this isn't a misprint?
This is not a misprint.
So you got 141 to 133 in favor of the Atlanta Hawks?
Yeah, but if you would have ended the game in the third quarter, it would have been a win for the Bulls, 108-91. Almost a 20-point lead, and yet the Hawks put up 50 points. 50. You didn't hear that wrong. 50 points in the fourth quarter to the Bulls' 25, and end up with the win, 141-133.
Yeah, but at least Zach LaVine had a game high of 37 points.
Oh boy, that's exciting.
Trade him now.
Yeah, trade all of them.
Get him gone.
Yeah,
we need this top 10 pick thing.
Jalen Johnson led the Hawks in both points and rebounds with 30 and 15, respectively. Trae Young had 13 assists. On the Bulls side of things, you mentioned the 37 points from Zach LaVine. It was 8 rebounds for the high. That was from Nikola Vukovic. And 9 assists from Kobe White. Still does not get the job done. Let's look at the injured list real quick. Before that game against the Hawks, it was Matas Buzelis that was out, along with Lonzo Ball.
My bad.
Ayo Dosunmu and Josh Giddey, of course, still out. Giddey and Dosunmu were out and Lonzo Ball were out for Monday's game as well. But then now, as of today, it's those 4 plus Jalen Smith who are on the IR for this Bulls team. I'm not even going to go into the standings because we all know where this Bulls team is. Hovering in the play-in rounds, basically, and not actually having any chance at a sustained playoff push.
Yeah, but at least the Bulls are playing tonight, and they're hosting Milwaukee again.
Yep, as I said, those Milwaukee Bucks will be back. That's tonight. It's a home game at the United Center. It is City Edition shooting shirt night. So it's City Edition night for the players, but there will also be a giveaway presented by Corona, it looks like. Monday will be on the road again for this Bulls team, which they've actually played better on the road, although you wouldn't know it from this past week. Monday will be in Charlotte at 6 p.m. to take on the Hornets. Wednesday is the new year. That is January 1st. That is against the Washington Wizards at 6 p.m. in our nation's capital. And next Saturday at 7 p.m. after another edition of On the Rise, the Bulls will be back home versus the New York Knicks. That will be the biggest night of the year probably for this Bulls team. That is Derrick Rose night.
Nice.
Tom Thibodeau will be in attendance, of course, as he is coaching the New York Knicks. More details to happen, but there's no news of if there's going to be a jersey retirement. That's still kind of under discussion. Yeah. But all of these games are on CHSN or AM 670 The Score. We're going to give you the Windy City Bulls in just a moment, but before we do that, we're going to take a quick break here and bring more sports to you when we come back.
You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp 'em all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Attention restaurant owners, are you struggling with grease trap issues or bulk grease removal? Look no further than Hopkins Grease Company. Serving the greater Chicago area since 1947, Hopkins Grease has been the go-to company for grease recycling and maintenance, offering a range of specialized services for restaurants, big or small. From used cooking oil collection to grease trap cleaning, their full fleet of vehicles and dedicated team of employees ensures fast, efficient service in areas like Elgin, Crystal Lake, Algonquin, and Schaumburg. And they're not just a business. They are part of your community. As a family-owned company, Hopkins Grease is big enough to meet your needs, but small enough to give you personalized, friendly service. And they proudly support America's First Responders through our partnership with America's First Responders Fest. So when you choose Hopkins Grease, you're choosing a company that gives back. Need service today? Call Hopkins Grease at 847-458-4040. We're ready to take your grease worries off your plate.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derek Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. I'm Derek Geyer alongside Mike Napolitano, and you are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN, the talk of the town. Listen live at WRMN1410.com or WRMN app, TuneIn, smart speaker. If you want to text or call in, the text line is 505-926-1410. If you want to talk to us live in studio, it is 847-931-1410.
And I was just told by Dean, our owner here at WRMN, that they are going to have a special broadcast on New Year's Eve here at the studio. That will be from 8 to 1. So recap your year, talk about, going into the new year, and join us here at AM 1410 Studio 14 for that one. Some of us might be popping our heads in. I know I was here on the morning show that was First Shift, and then the local community hour on Thursday to recap Christmas and the holiday seasons, start up, the weird week in between the holidays, and just kind of go over everything there. So if you're joining us from that Thursday show, it was a good way to promote our Saturday show and get some people to head on over here today, but also to combine our Saturday weekend programming with our weekday programming. So hope you enjoyed that. We're going to get into the Windy City Bulls here. It was a light week for the G League as there is a holiday break for them. The only game of the week was yesterday at Chase Fieldhouse. The Windy City Bulls were taking on the Delaware Bluecoats. That is the Philadelphia 76ers farm system. That was a 6 p.m. start time. And unfortunately, yet another loss for us to report. Delaware gets this one 116-97. Not a whole lot to report in this one. You had your usual factors in the Bulls side of things. E.J. Liddell with 29 points. Damask with 17, but that was about it for this Bulls team. You had a couple of notable names on the Bluecoats side of things. Justin Edwards, Isaiah Mobley. They kind of got the job done for this Bluecoats team, but yet another loss for another Chicago team. As far as the injured list, Joshua Primo and Javon Freeman-Liberty are both inactive, which leads us to the central standings. The Windy City Bulls are sitting 7th out of 8 teams in the Central with a 5-11 record. That's .313 ball. And they are on that one-game losing streak. Hopefully they can turn things around tonight, as this is a home game against the Delaware Bluecoats. I didn't see any promotional specials for tonight's game. I don't know if you saw anything.
No, I did not.
I did look up the promotional schedule, and we'll get to that in just a second here. But before we do that, the Windy City Bulls then go back on the road Monday at College Park to face the College Park Skyhawks. That's at Gateway Center Arena. And, of course, I think you can figure out that is the Atlanta Hawks farm team. So the Bulls getting 50-pieced by the actual Atlanta Hawks. We'll see how the Windy City Bulls fare against the College Park Skyhawks. And then Friday, the Bulls are back home against the Texas Legends. That's at 6 p.m. That's the Dallas Mavericks farm team. And then Saturday, after another edition of On the Rise, they'll face that same Texas Legends team. Those two nights have theme nights, or at least specialty giveaways. January 3rd will be Matas Bazella's display giveaway night. That is a practice-worn uniform jersey piece on the actual poster, it looks like. That's for the first 1,000 fans in attendance. And then January 4th, that'll be Space Jam night. So you can get your very own Toon Squad Bugs jersey for the first 1,000 fans as well.
I was hoping that they would have had the Michael Jordan extending arm for the Toon Squad.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
So much, huh?
As long as it's the
name, likeness,
OG.
And all that. Not the NIL thing.
Have the arm bobble.
The arm bobble, the dangle, the dunking. Yeah.
They'll probably do that with Victor Wembanyama one day.
I wouldn't be surprised. Dude's superhuman anyway. I think he's an alien. Whatever.
Yeah. That's the voice of our very own Nick Johnston. He'll be bringing you some fantasy football news later on in our show today. that's wrapping up
Championships,
shortly here
baby.
because, the regular season for the NFL is coming to a close.
Thank God for the Bears fans.
Same thing.
Holy shiatsu. What an okay, we're gonna save that for a little bit later. I don't want to get too worked up just because
I'd rather have this kind of sickness, whatever I have, than watch another Bears game.
Okay.
And I was ready to be on my deathbed.
I would much rather watch a Bears game than go through what you did because I've experienced it at least a handful of times in my life where you are doing the exorcist things out of both ends.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's not fun. But
I felt my body collapse quicker than this Bears team this past weekend. So these last couple of days, but it's fine. It's no big deal.
So we're talking about one unfortunate thing. We might as well get into another unfortunate thing.
Oh yeah.
The passing of a sports commentating legend with Greg Gumbel. He passed away at the age of 78 from cancer. Obviously, that having experience with that it's a shiatsui thing to watch someone depart like that. But on the brighter side, he had one hell of a career that I was not aware of. All these years watching him, whether it be on CBS, NBC, or the NFL Today. Not to mention various Super Bowls, the Olympic Games. I mean, dude celebrated 50 years of broadcasting back in 2022. He was broadcasting longer than I've actually been alive.
Yeah.
And that's saying something because I'm the old man of this show, the get off my lawn person, and he's been doing it longer than I've been alive. So that is, I can't even imagine that. If I were to do this for 50 years, I would be in my 90s, and there ain't no way in HE double hockey sticks that I am making it to 90. I don't think.
Well, let's hope that is the case, but I don't know.
Hope so.
Maybe not broadcasting in your 90s. You'd be.
He takes a pass back.
So, all right. Well, we got only a few minutes left here on this segment, but stick with us because we have a little bit lighter notes to bring you. This next segment will be our interview with Hannah Arbitman. She is going to be the in-game entertainment and the in-game host for the Big Ten games happening at Wrigley Field that is aptly named the Frozen Confines. She's also the in-game host for your Chicago Wolves, so we'll get a little bit of insight from her on that, but mostly talking about these special events coming up because this whole week, as soon as I get better, is going to be a gauntlet full of events downtown that I will be attending and that will be happening in general for the festivities that are happening at Wrigley. That is the Winter Classic between the Blues and the Hawks, and that will take place New Year's Eve at 4 p.m. So stick around. We have plenty of hockey to talk about, some more football, and I guess whatever else we have to cover here. Like I said, we're going to cover every single team today. So I don't know. That's about it. That's what I got.
You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN, the talk of the town. On the rise with your host, Derek Geyer, Mike Napolitano, Nick Johnson on the boards. Up next from 10 to 12 is The Truth About Chicago Sports, which we will be doing double duty. After that, from 12 to 1, it's Chief Guard of the Republic. From 1 to 2, The Jeff Michaels Show. And from 7 to 9, it is the CD Showcase with Court Stevens. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN, the talk of the town.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derek Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to WRMN AM 1410. I am Mike Napolitano, and I am very pleased to bring you another exclusive On the Rise interview. This lovely lady needs no introduction because she has been on every project of mine thus far. But ready? Here we go. She was my co-host on Talking Pylon. She has been featured on Mike on the Mic, Voodoo podcasts, and even a few Russian radio shows. That doesn't even include all of the reporting she has done, whether that was interviewing Alex Ovechkin or working with Gold Star Hockey and Dan Milstein at multiple NHL drafts or events. She has worked as the game day and content host for various teams throughout the Chicagoland area, which includes her current position with the Chicago Wolves and what we are mostly going to talk about today, which is her hosting the Big Ten hockey tournament coming up at Wrigley Field, aptly named the Frozen Confines. Please welcome to On the Rise, Hannah Arbitman.
Hi, that was a heck of an introduction. It made me teary-eyed, to be honest. I've never heard anything like that. Thank you very much. Really happy to be talking to you. And
you have a heck of a resume now.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're just building on. It seems like every few months, and I couldn't be happier about that.
That is awesome. How did this opportunity come about for you to be able to do the game day personality in-game hosting for the 4 games at Wrigley Field?
This was the most random way an opportunity has ever turned up, I think. I opened LinkedIn one day and I saw that I had a message with somebody who wasn't even my connection. So immediately I'm thinking, okay, it's one of those like sponsored, come get your MBA at whatever university online. So I open it and it's, hey, we're looking for a host for the Big Ten for Frozen Confines tournament. Would you be interested? Are you available these dates? And I immediately was like, this has to be a scam.
That's a weird way to reach out.
Sure. So I sent something back as like, hey, could you please send me more information via email? And sure enough, a few minutes later, I get an email from a Big Ten address and I'm thinking, okay, now we're talking. So it was definitely a very, very different way than any of my other opportunities have ever turned up, more so because I've applied for every other position. But it was cool to kind of get the first contact the opposite way.
Yeah, that is wild. But we are excited. I know myself and some of my hockey friends are looking to be in the building. Well, I guess in the ballpark for those games.
Isn't that such a weird thing to say? We're looking forward to being in the ballpark for the hockey games.
For those listeners out there that are interested and may want to go to these games, the first pair of games are Friday, January 3rd. That is Ohio State versus Michigan at 4 p.m. and then Penn State versus Notre Dame at 7:30 p.m. Then Saturday, January 4th, it'll be Ohio State versus Wisconsin, WCHA at 4:30 p.m. and then Wisconsin versus Michigan State at 8 p.m. All of those times are in Central Time, and you can catch all of those games on the Big Ten Network. But now this begs the question, Hannah, because this timing is a little weird. Will you be able to make it to the Wolves versus Ice Hogs game at the Allstate Arena at 7 p.m. on that Saturday night?
Gosh, I really want to send this to my boss. Shout out to Courtney for being so kind and letting me miss that game. We are still beefing over it, according to her, and I completely understand. It is a very busy game in terms of hosting that day, and unfortunately, I will not be there because I just cannot be in 2 places at once yet.
Yeah, with that huge resume, I would think by now they would have cloned you, but no, I guess. Yeah, you'll have to just skip one game. There's many more Wolves games. This is kind of well, maybe not a once in a lifetime opportunity because in the future there might be more of this. But this will be very cool nonetheless. So I'm very excited to see. I don't follow college and we don't cover it as much on this show, but with an event like this, we had to dive into the stats and look at what's on the horizon for the Chicagoland area. It's the Big Ten, of course. They have 8 hockey teams. Can I count right? No, 7 hockey teams. Minnesota is leading the way right now. They've played 10 games. They have 24 points. And Michigan State, who will be in this, I guess you could call it a tournament, this grouping of 4 games, they've played 8 games. They are right behind them with 19 points. Wisconsin, 12 games played, also have 19 points. Ohio State, 8 games played. They have 16 points. Michigan, 8 games, 13 points. And Notre Dame, 10 games played, 4 points. And unfortunately, Penn State, it's been a rough go for them. They have played 8 games. They only have 1 point. They are 0-8-0. So it's going to be some tough sledding. We don't get to see Minnesota in this game, which is kind of interesting, especially for Hawks fans, because there are still some Blackhawks prospects in the pipeline on University of Minnesota. No Blackhawks prospects will be in this tournament from what I have seen, or I guess in these 4 games. But there are some former NCAA players that are on the Blackhawks currently that may or may not be repping their team those evenings. I think the Blackhawks do have a game one of those nights, so they'll maybe have to catch the replays. Defenseman Artem Levshunov played for Michigan State. He was the 2nd overall pick for the Chicago Blackhawks in this past draft, this 2024 draft. Forward Frank Nazar was playing for the University of Michigan for a little bit there. Defenseman Alex Vlasic played for BU. Joey Anderson played for University of Minnesota Duluth. Ryan Donato played for Harvard. And one more team that is in this tournament, forward Craig Smith played for Wisconsin. But as far as the Blackhawks prospects that are out there right now, most are elsewhere. Sam Rinzel and Oliver Moore are those 2 that I mentioned on University of Minnesota. Sasha Boisvert, draft pick in the 1st round this year for the Blackhawks. He's on University of North Dakota. If you remember, Jonathan Toews was a University of North Dakota alumni as well. Aiden Thompson plays for the University of Denver. Dominic James, University of Minnesota Duluth. He's out there with goaltender Adam Guyon. Center Ryan Green is at Boston University, BU. And Connor Kelly and John Mustard. John Mustard, what a great Chicago name, especially for hot dogs and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Those 2, Kelly and Mustard, are both on Providence. Other notable former Blackhawks, who are also former NCAA players, Patrick Sharp played for the University of Vermont, and Duncan Keith was on Michigan State. So, hey, Duncan Keith might be in attendance rooting on Michigan State. You never know. I've also seen that there are a couple of games in between now and when these games are played. Wisconsin and Michigan State have 2 games each. Wisconsin will be playing Ferris State on Saturday at 5 p.m. So if you're listening to this recording, because you're listening to On the Rise, that's tonight. And then tomorrow, Michigan State will take on Northern Michigan at 6 p.m. And then Wisconsin has a game against Michigan State. That is at 5:30 on the 2nd. So that is, can I do my math right? That's the Thursday, right before these games, the Friday and the Saturday, the 3rd and the 4th of January. So this is going to be very exciting going into this one. I know we talked a little bit before this. You're not super into following college, same as myself, but I bet we're going to get to see some really exciting hockey out there.
Mike, I'm sure we are. And I think something you swiftly transitioned into their stats. I was actually going to touch on the fact that if anybody purchases a ticket for one of the days, they do get to see both games. So that ticket is valid for both games that day. And also, you abbreviated WCHA. For anybody that doesn't know what that stands for, that is women's hockey. So there will be a women's hockey game as well, maybe for any girls that are interested, that want to grow their game, that just want to see women's hockey live. It will be in Chicago for the first time, I feel like, because we don't have a PWHL team yet. And I can talk about this for hours, but I'm going to let you take over now.
No, that's very good. I did kind of breeze over that because in my head that is, okay,
common knowledge.
That's common, yeah. Right. But yeah, you're right. Especially for the viewers, they got to know. I like how you said we don't have a PWHL team yet. I'm hoping that changes in the next couple of years. There's been some speculation. Yeah, you did say yeah. I'm hoping there's some speculation with the Blackhawks building an addition onto Fifth Third Arena, which many have speculated is either for a PWHL team or they could be moving the Chicago Steel out of Geneva and Fox Valley Ice Arena, and the Wirtz family owns the Steel now. You also have the Now Arena in Hoffman Estates, which used to host an ECHL team. So
I was just about to bring that up. They have perfect boards for a hockey rink, and I feel like there really needs to be one there. But again, that's just my suburban heart talking and saying that I really want a pro team in our area. And also, I was going to say something else. Oh, you mentioned that the Blackhawks were building onto Fifth Third, just as the Wolves are getting their own practice rink right in Rosemont. I believe it's, I don't know if you've seen the recent construction, but it's like 2 feet away from the Allstate Arena parking lot. You can see this new practice rink from Allstate Arena, and I think it's so cool. So that could also be an option maybe in the future for a PWHL team.
I actually hadn't heard anything about that. That's
Really?
crazy. So no more Trifon Center for them eventually.
No more Trifon Center, from what I understand. It seems that their contract, they kind of negotiated. Again, I don't want to talk too much about this, but they are building one. I believe it's actually a Rosemont Park District facility, but it will be used, from what I understand, by the Wolves.
That is incredible. That's a great step, especially you mentioned the Park District side of things. And, that means programs for kids to try hockey and families to go and skate and other events as well. So that's exciting. I'm glad we have you on because you're kind of our Wolves expert here. And we'll get you on at other times to talk a little bit more Wolves probably in the future. But we'll keep it to this big event coming up. We mentioned the Chicago Steel, and there is one player that will be playing in this grouping of games that was a former Chicago Steel player from 2022 to 2024. He played 2 seasons. That is Michael Haig. That is Montreal's 21st overall pick in this most recent draft. He's playing for the University of Michigan. If that name sounds familiar on our show, that's because Alexander Haig is his younger brother, selected 45th overall in the 3rd round of the USHL draft for the Steel in 2024. So I'm excited to get a chance to see him. He is actually almost leading the Big Ten in goals. He's just behind Quinn Finley of Wisconsin and Brody Lamb of Minnesota. So Haig sitting in 3rd with 10 goals behind those first 2 who are tied with 12 goals. So that's pretty impressive there. I'm excited to see that. As far as points go, I don't really have to go too deep into this one. Who we won't see is Blues prospect Jimmy Snuggerud. He's on the University of Michigan. Oh, sorry. I'm confusing my names. University of Minnesota. He has the Big Ten lead for right now with 24 points. But we will get to see Aiden Fink. Aiden Fink, despite being on Penn State, who is bringing up the rear of those standings, Fink has 23 points, so he's in 2nd right behind Snuggerud. So that should be good. There's a bunch of other names on here. I'm not going to go too deep into this, but I want to give some love to the goaltenders as well. We will get to see Michigan State goaltender Trey Augustine. He has 11 wins in 14 games played and only 2 losses. That other game was a tie. He's almost in the lead for goals against average with 1.98. But who leads the Big Ten in lowest goals against average right now is, if I'm doing my math right here, yes, Christopher Eberle, who is on Ohio State with a 1.35 GAA. So we will get to see him as well. He is 9-1-0 on the season in his 10 games. I mentioned, Hannah, that your affiliation with Dan Milstein and Gold Star Hockey. So I know you are very much in the know about possible future NHL draft picks. But for this, you're kind of taking a different role. You're not actually scouting or anything here. Are there any prospects in these games that you are interested in seeing play live or, of course, on your own personal level, maybe some of the fans should be excited about?
There definitely are. There's a lot of talent in the NCAA, and it's a very competitive league, just like women's hockey. I work very closely with women's hockey, and the NCAA is kind of the stepping stone, I think, for PWHL players at this point. There are a lot of PWHL players early on in the season that have made the jump from NCAA to the Professional Women's Hockey League, for those that might not know what the PWHL stands for, and they have succeeded. So I'm very much looking forward to watching that women's game because honestly, I have never watched a live women's hockey game. I feel like that's a very embarrassing thing to say. having the job that I have, but it's, again, just not anywhere near me.
I'm in that same boat though, and yeah, I guess embarrassed is a good word for it, but I would say for myself, since I'm not as thrown into that world as you are, for me it'd be more just I'm yearning to see a women's game live. I think that would be very cool, and with especially all of the women who have come out of Chicago. I mean, we're talking about maybe not Kendall Coyne so much. Yes, she played here and she has affiliations with the Blackhawks and stuff like that. But we're talking Cami Granado and even Hillary Knight played here for a little bit. You'll see her picture up on the wall if you go into the bar at the old Johnny's Ice House. So that's pretty cool. I mean, to have the captain of Team USA sitting right there on the wall for you, so, and also PWHL champions.
Absolutely. Minnesota Frost. Hadley Kramitz, who's a name that hasn't really come up yet. She is on injured reserve with the Boston Fleet, also an Illinois native. So I'm excited to see what she does when she recovers and is back on the ice in Boston.
That is great. Do you know, going into more of your job here, any of your game day responsibilities and what they're going to be at the Friendly Confines, and also what is in store for anyone making it out to these games rather than the Winter Classic, or possibly even both, like myself? Is there going to be kind of a comparison or a contrast between the events?
I personally have not decided whether or not I'm going to the Winter Classic yet, as much as I would love to. I don't know how it's physically possible. Again, I can't be in two places at once, but I do think it'll be kind of a similar level, similar presentation event, but at a more affordable rate. So if anybody can't make it out to the Winter Classic but wants the same atmosphere, the same vibes, I really suggest coming to the Frozen Confines games, because I think it's going to be just as good, if not better. And I'm definitely biased when I say this, but for me, it'll definitely be the energy. Again, I'd be going to the Winter Classic as part of just, and I'm not saying that being a fan is bad by any means.
No.
I would love to take it in from the fan perspective, but I think hosting it is going to be completely different and just a different outlook on the entire event.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's such a great opportunity. I'm excited to see what goes on, even as a White Sox fan. It's not my stadium, but that is a very nice outdoor. They have that Gallagher Way. I'm sure that will all be done up. And I know parts of downtown are already decorated for the Winter Classic. I haven't gotten a chance to go out. Have you seen it at all?
So I've seen it through pictures. I plan on going out sometime this weekend. But the Millennium Park ice rink, so the one that's right under the bean, it's a very photo-esque picture in Chicago, all decked out for the Winter Classic, just streets throughout the city. Again, I've only seen in pictures, but it looks beautiful. And I feel like when an NHL event comes to your city, it's something to take so much pride in, especially, as fans, as people who work in hockey. It's very cool. And seeing so many people come to the city of Chicago for this event, I mean, it gives me chills talking about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of NHL fans outside of Chicago will talk about, oh, here's Chicago in another Winter Classic. But if you think about it, we've only really had one in Chicago before this, and it was at Wrigley in 2009. The other one was out at Notre Dame. Both times, I mean, the Winter Classic was still a very new concept in 2009. I don't believe they had any kind of Big Ten games taking the ice that time. I know there really wasn't any going on out at Notre Dame. Maybe Notre Dame played there for a game while that ice was up. I don't really remember that being the case. So this is a very cool opportunity for Chicago to get to have a whole week worth of events on that ice and bring some even cooler, different events to the people that are both Chicagoans and hockey fans alike. So I'm excited. I know that you can skate. Will we potentially see you out on that ice at all?
Only, if there's like a pregame, postgame skate, gladly, but definitely not on the screen. I don't know how comfortable I'd be with so many eyes on me. But I was actually going to add to what you were saying about the college games and everything. And I just remember very vividly talking to my coworkers at the Wolves about, when the news first came out was it last year, maybe several months ago, still during the previous season, about the Winter Classic being in Chicago. And I think at that point, somebody had said, well, why don't they just have it open so that, fans can enjoy the ice as well? Or like high schools can host their games there or whatever. Just give the kids the same experience. And so getting those frozen confines games is pretty close to that, I would say.
Yeah. I know friends of mine wanted to do some kind of charity event out there. So I reached out to Jenna Rose, and she directed me to the NHL itself, because they run a lot of what goes on for this. It's not just the Blackhawks. And so unfortunately that wasn't the case. They are very particular about, the scheduling of that ice, because it is going to be a big event. But
busy. And, even you just mentioned Jenna Rose, all love to her, but the NHL is bringing in neutral site hosts to host the event, which I thought was very interesting. So I really hope Jenna Rose gets a part in the Winter Classic game. I think I'd be a little heartbroken to not see her, but it's still we have to understand that it's an NHL event and not just, your standard Thursday night hockey game.
Right.
Tuesday night in this case.
Yeah, true. It is a busy week for hockey, because even as we record this on Thursday night, the World Juniors are starting. We're going to get into a little bit of that. Do you have a favorite in the World Juniors right now?
Oh, I would say Russia any other year, but we're still not in the tournament. So just because we have Wolves players representing, I think I might have to say, well, we have one on Team Canada and one on Team Sweden. I'm torn.
You're
I don't
divided.
know. I don't know. Maybe I'll be patriotic and say Team USA, but I really don't have a favorite in this tournament.
That's fair. I got to go with my USA blood, but it's always fun to watch Canada, and especially even some of these European teams that are on the come up. I mean, Sweden, Finland, all the Czech teams, and even Russia have definitely made names for themselves throughout the years. Last thing before we let you go, we mentioned your Wolves personality briefly as well. I know this Saturday night, tonight is country night at the Allstate Arena. What should fans saddle up for in this event and any other specially themed nights and Wolves events in the near future?
I get to wear my silver cowboy boots.
I knew those were coming out.
I look forward to country night. It does not matter what team I'm hosting, what season of the year it is. The silver cowboy boots are making an appearance, and I'm so excited. I cannot stress to you how much I love country night. I geek out over it, in case you couldn't hear. Sorry, what was the question?
Are there anything else happening? Anything else that you're excited for? But mostly it's just country night right now, right?
Right. It is every year, I think. But no, I don't have a particular game that I'm looking forward to. I really soak in every moment being there, and every game is like a holiday for me. I work remote from home, so I don't get to leave the house throughout the week. Whenever I get to go to the rink, it seriously is a holiday. So
that's awesome. Well, Hannah, thank you so much. We're running out of time here, but we will definitely get you on to talk more Wolves, and good luck at the Frozen Confines.
Thank you very much. Hope to see you all there, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
And that was Hannah Arbitman. Once again, thank you to Hannah, and we will be back with more AHL news as well as fantasy football talk with Nick Johnson right here on AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community. And American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Welcome back to On the Rise. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN. I'm your host, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano, and on the board, Nick Johnston. You are listening to The Talk of the Town. And if you have any questions for Mr. Nick Johnston coming up with our fantasy football half hour, you could text us at 505-926-1410. And as always, you could interact with us on youtube.com/@WRMN Radio.
All right.
Excuse me.
Let's get into some AHL talk. Thank you again to Hannah Arbitman for coming on and getting that interview ahead of this Big Ten Frozen Confines listing of games. There will be 4 games, as you heard, next weekend, so we'll be covering that. We'll have half the news for you come next show, Saturday morning, but the rest of it will have to be after because it's that Saturday afternoon. And she's also the in-game host for the Chicago Wolves, if you didn't hear that. So let's get into some of that AHL talk. We're actually going to start, though, with the Ice Hogs, the farm team for the Blackhawks. Last Saturday was an afternoon game against the Manitoba Moose again after the Ice Hogs, I believe, dropped that previous one to them. They won this one 5-1, 2 goals in the first, 3 in the second, and that was all they needed. Manitoba started to come back in the third with 1, but it wasn't enough to mount a comeback. Cole Gutman had 2 in this one. So did Landon Slaggert. Jalen Leipin had the middle goal, but the Ice Hogs come away with a big win, starting to get on the right track. And then they continued that roll.
Well, we do have sound from that 5-1 Manitoba Moose game.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Puck is dropped. Austin Strand controlling as the 4-on-4 starts. They score off of it. A deflection from Cole Gutman. Austin Strand quickly threw it to the front, and Gutman got a piece of it just outside of the crease. Took 6 seconds into the 4-on-4, and it's 1-0 Rockford. And maybe, just maybe, that's the sound of the floodgates starting to open a little bit. Couple in quick combination. Ice Hogs have numbers going back left to right. Savoie with Slaggert in the middle. Samuel shoots, save, rebound, score! It's Landon Slaggert who's right there in the crease as the Ice Hogs convert on the 2-on-1. Savoie shoots for the rebound. Slaggert's right there to bang it home. 2-0 Rockford. Savoie into the offensive zone. Far wing. Sautner dropped his stick. Hayes waits on the puck out of the trapezoid. It's chipped off of Lambert. In front, they score! Jalen Leipin. I'll take that, thank you very much, as the puck jumps right out in front for Leipin, and he spanks it in behind Millich. 3-0 Rockford. Good forecheck from Gavin Hayes, but that puck just shot off the leg of Brad Lambert and dropped right in front for Leipin, who gets goal 3 of the afternoon for Rockford. We'll go 4-on-4 with Cease and Savoie in the box. Extra ice for Leipin. He'll skate up right wing. Slaggert in the middle. Leipin across for Slaggert. He scores! A perfectly executed 2-on-1 with Jalen Leipin and Landon Slaggert, who's got his second goal of the game as he pulls it to the backhand and tucks it behind Thomas Millich. Really nice job from Leipin, who's got a multi-point game as well, to get that pass through. Millich went with the poke check, and it is 4-0 Ice Hogs. It's Rockford's second 4-on-4 goal of the game. Here's Archim Levshinov through the middle for Jerry Mayhew with speed. Mayhew trying to dangle in between the legs of Bauer. He'll take it in behind the net, sets up Gutman. He scores! Oh, what an absolute cannon from Cole Gutman on the setup from Jerry Mayhew. And the Ice Hogs have struck twice in less than a minute on the 4-on-4. It's 5-0 Rockford. Gutman has his second goal of the game.
And that was Dana Gray on the call for the Rockford Ice Hogs, courtesy of AHLTV.com and FlowHockey.com. And also in that game, Drew Comesso. You know, we might know that name because he had a cup of coffee with the Chicago Blackhawks for a bit there while Peter Mrazek was on the mend.
Yeah.
And he ended up stopping 32 of 33 shots, getting the #1 star for that game.
Yeah. We talk about his come up to the Blackhawks. I think it was long awaited for Blackhawks fans to see him at the NHL level. It was short-lived, but it was only to fill that gap, as you said.
Sure.
And it was good to see him continuing success, not letting the demotion back down to Rockford get to him in any way. I mean, it's not because of anything that he did wrong or him playing bad. It's just, the 2 starting goaltenders for the Blackhawks were back off injured list and ready to go again. And there's just not a spot for him up at the NHL level just yet. There needs to be a little bit more consistency from him and a little bit more development, which he will get at this AHL level. I am going to go out on a limb here and say you see Comesso as the full-time backup for the Blackhawks next season. I don't know what that's going to look like with Peter Mrazek probably still being with this Blackhawks team. Maybe you still have Arvid Soderblom, but maybe there's a trade. One of those two might stay. But then also, who knows what is going on with Laurent Brossoit right now? We talked about his arrival was supposed to be at the start of the season, had a second knee surgery that is going to keep him out another 6 to 8 weeks. That was what Luke Richardson said. So we're going back to when Luke Richardson was still the coach.
That's a while ago.
And still no news as to where Laurent Brossoit is. And then when he does come back, I mean, both Peter Mrazek and Arvid Soderblom have been playing decently enough that, I mean, is there going to be a three-way sharing of the net, or is one of those guys going to get sent down despite them playing well just to have room for Brossoit? Brossoit will have this rehab stint maybe, so do you send him down to Rockford even though he is already a pretty established NHL goalie? It's going to be some confusion. So we will see. I don't know what the Blackhawks have in store, and I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But you mentioned the spectacular play by Comesso, and that continued in their second game of the week. That was after the holiday break. That was Friday, back at home against the Iowa Wild. Once again, a game in which the Ice Hogs put up 5 goals, 2 from one player and 2 from another player, but this time, completely new players. This time, it was Jerry Mayhew with 2 goals to start things off in the second period. Then Zach Sanford splits for the third goal. His 2 goals were split by Colton Dock. So Sanford with 2, but in between there was Colton Dock with 1.
Yeah,
So,
nice to hear Doc's name on it.
yeah, I mean, the scoring has been spread out by this Rockford team. They are dominating games right now, which is good to see, especially after all of the confusion at the NHL level and the Blackhawks needing to pull up Anders Sorensen as coach. I mean, it was a rough go for a minute there for the Ice Hogs to try to reestablish themselves under new coaching and also goaltending as well. We mentioned Comesso getting brought up. Well, in this one, he was absolutely perfect, earning his first shutout of the year at the AHL level. Technically, he had a quote-unquote shutout with the 2-save relief appearance versus the New York Islanders at the NHL level, but he came in, as I said, in relief, so you don't really count that as a shutout. Plus, he only faced 2 shots. But Comesso with his first shutout of the AHL season this year, so things are looking up for this Rockford team.
Yeah, certainly seems like Comesso's starting to gain a little bit of confidence. I'm sure that the coaches for the Blackhawks told him, hey, listen, this is the deal. You know what's going on. These are the things that we want to see out of you. And just continue to do what you're doing, for the Ice Hogs.
Yeah, he will be. I think it's almost inevitable at this point. He will be the future for goaltending for the Chicago Blackhawks team. I don't think there's any question. I mean, his development has, gone on this far. The Blackhawks have put their eggs in that basket with him. So I don't think it's any surprise that eventually he will be the starter for the Blackhawks when this team is maybe competing again. But we'll have to see. Weirder things have happened, but let's hope that is the case. As for the standings right now, as we head into the end of the calendar year and the holidays are pretty much wrapped up, the Chicago Wolves, who we cover here, they're in 4th in the Central Division behind the Grand Rapids Griffins, Milwaukee Admirals, and Texas Stars. The Wolves have a 14-10-2-0 record. The Rockford Ice Hogs, they are right behind the Wolves with a 12-12-3-1 record.
Yeah, the Chicago Wolves have 30 points, and the Rockford Ice Hogs have 28. So, 4th and 5th in the division.
Yep. That was just what I was going to say. The Wolves have 46 games remaining as they've played 26. The Ice Hogs have 28 games played. They will have 44 more to go. And as far as some of those 44, that will resume tonight in Iowa at 6 p.m. And then Rockford has one more game of the calendar year. That is on Tuesday, December 31st at 6 p.m. at home against Iowa. That will be a Pizza Hut family pack night with media partners WTVO, WQRF, and B103. But you must purchase that family pack through the Ice Hogs website in order to get that, what's the word I'm looking for? Get that
promotion?
Promotion, yeah. So that will wrap up the 2024 calendar year. If you're not watching that Ice Hogs game, maybe it's because you're watching the Blackhawks themselves as they take on the Blues at the Winter Classic at Wrigley Field at 4 p.m. on New Year's Eve.
Is that game actually going to happen?
It is.
I mean, I don't see why the game wouldn't happen, but I was trolling along or scrolling along on a couple of different websites, and on these websites, it had that the game might be postponed.
Well, okay, I think a lot of that is because of the weather.
Yeah.
And I don't think that will be an issue. It says the high is going to be 40, which with the refrigeration systems and the NHL's ability to put ice pretty much everywhere, anywhere, I think that it'll be okay. I'm not seeing any rain in the forecast as we were going to have before, so that should be okay. As far as the remainder of the schedule for the Ice Hogs coming up this week, next Saturday at 7 p.m. after another edition of On the Rise, Rockford will take on the Wolves at Allstate Arena. We talked about that game with Hannah. She won't be there, but that'll be the fifth installment between these rivals, fifth of 12. The Wolves won the first two matchups back in November. They won the first three back in November. Rockford finally got one at the start of December. So this will be meeting number 5 between these two teams. All right, we have the Wolves to get to right here on the Rise. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
Get ready for the ultimate New Year's Eve celebration. WRMN AM 1410 is live on Tuesday, December 31st from 8 p.m. until 1 a.m. for our community countdown. Join us right here in Studio 14 for the biggest party in town and call in to be a part of the fun. It's your chance to share your New Year's wishes, shout-outs, and celebrate with the community. Don't miss out. Call in at 847-931-1410 and make some memories with us. WRMN AM 1410, your place for the New Year's countdown.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Want to furnish your space without breaking the bank or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derek Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. You are listening to On the Rise on AM 1410 WRMN. He's Mike. I'm Derek. And we're getting back into the Chicago Wolves.
Well, it's very important that you did your howl right there, because last Saturday versus Iowa at home was the Wolves' Holiday Festus game. Sorry, Festivus game. I'm
baby.
Usually celebrating Christmas, so Festivus is kind of new to me. But
Festivus for the rest of us?
Yeah, exactly. That was also a wall calendar giveaway and adopt a dog night. I love when they bring the dogs into Rosemont, into the All-State Arena. It's always a nice time.
It's a howling good time.
Yeah. But the Wolves didn't just stop there. They got the win in this game as well, and it was a little bit of a come-from-behind win. I guess they did have the lead at first, but the Iowa Wild tied things up, and then the Wolves went on a heater in the rest of the second and third period, winning this game 4-1. Both teams left blank on the power play. That was 0 for 3 for Iowa and 0 for 1 for the Wolves. They do outshoot Iowa 41-30, but it's goals from Noel Gunler, Jiri Yaska, Bliss, and Coit Legault. So it's quite the effort from Chicago, and they didn't stop there. It was deja vu. I should say the tables turned. I'm sorry, I'm reading the score wrong. It was another 4-1 game, so it was a little bit of deja vu. However, it was the Wolves falling yesterday to the Milwaukee Admirals. There were 4 goals, of course, from the Admirals, only 1 from the Wolves. That was from Seeley. And the Wolves go back into the loss column, 0 for 4 on the power play, but they do outshoot the Admirals 44-18. So once again, this pesky Admirals team is taking over and beating the Wolves. It seems like the Wolves tend to struggle with Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a very good team. Made the AHL, the Calder Cup playoffs the last 2 years. Could have been last 3 years in a row, but I'd have to double check that. And so it's never going to be easy against this Milwaukee team.
Yeah, aside from the Ice Hogs, the Admirals are definitely one of the Wolves' bigger competitors.
Yeah, I remember when it used to be called the Illinois Lottery Series, when it was Ice Hogs and Wolves, and then it was called the Amtrak Rivalry.
That's what I thought it was. I thought it might have been Metro, but
I don't know if that's still the case. I don't know if there's still that sponsorship, but I mean, hey, it's still the case as whether you want to take the Amtrak up to Milwaukee and back. So technically, it is still an Amtrak rivalry if you think about it. But
yeah. And how y'all doing out there today on this fine Saturday morning?
Yeah, and that country voice, courtesy of Derek, is because tonight, as we talked about with Hannah, is country music night at the All-State Arena. This is a game she will be in attendance for. That means the silver boots, the silver cowboy boots are coming out.
If you guys have never seen Hannah hosting an event in her shiny boots, it is a thing.
Yeah, she goes full country. As she said in the interview, she enjoys country night at any venue that she hosts. But tonight will be extra special because it'll be country music night, a cowboy hat giveaway, and that is courtesy of Professional Bull Riders, and is also the Wolves and Vitalant Blood Drive. So get on out there. You can catch this game on Fox Chicago, AHL TV, or Flow Hockey. And then in the new year, the Wolves will have another home game, this time against Iowa. Did I mention, actually, I should go back. This game tonight, Country Music Night, is against those same Milwaukee Admirals. So a chance for the Wolves to get some revenge. Then Thursday, January 2nd.
It's Thursday.
As we get back into that one, that will be against Iowa. So some similar opponents. The Wolves just saw these two teams this past week. They'll see them again. That is at 7 p.m. on January 2nd. And then, as I mentioned, the final game of the week will be after another edition of On the Rise here next Saturday. So that is a 7 p.m. puck drop. Rockford and Chicago at the Allstate Arena for the 5th installment of 12 between these two rivals. I like being able to cover both of these teams because then, we get to cover that in both segments.
Yeah, and kind of double dip a little bit if we're being totally honest.
Yeah. So there's a number of games still left between these two teams. They will play next Saturday and also next Sunday. Both of those games are at the Allstate Arena. Then they see each other once more at the end of January. That's at BMO Center up in Rockford. One more time the very next week in Rockford. And then February, they'll be in Rockford on Valentine's Day, but I don't think there will be much love going on in the building for that rivalry. Then it'll be another game in February. That'll be the 23rd, back at Allstate, back once more at BMO Center on March 25th. And then the conclusion of these 12 games will be on April 19th at Allstate. So all 12 games, it almost looks like the majority of them are at Allstate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm pretty sure they split it up.
They split evenly. I could have sworn there was one more game at Allstate, but it's very Wolves heavy to start. We will see with Rockford finding their gears kind of late in the season here if that'll change. I mean, the AHL season, you can't just look at 1 month and decide who a team is. There's a lot of pulling up and pulling down between their NHL franchises, injuries, of course, and, some teams just get their step a little bit slower in the game, and then they start to figure things out. So we will see what happens between these two teams as the season progresses, but that's always a fun rivalry. I have yet to make it out to a game this year, and that's rare for me. So
yeah, and it's usually a good time, especially I know speaking from going to the Wolves, because you got the pregame fireworks and everything. I'm not exactly sure what they do at the BMO Center. I'm looking forward to get out there before the end of the year for sure. It'd be nice to actually talk to some people out there and talk to some of the Wolves. You had mentioned we may or may not have the pleasure of some execs for the Wolves on. That's still a work in progress. We would like to broaden our sports knowledge, if you will. I know especially myself, because I would love to know and get a deeper understanding of how these organizations work.
Yeah, and like we said, the AHL is different from the NHL, so the inner workings will be great. I know some people, so we're going to get to talk to some of them.
If you didn't know, he is Italian.
But that'll come later on in the season. Up next, though, we have our fantasy football talk with Nick Johnson, who's been on the board for us over here.
Championships, baby.
So stick with us for our final segment here on the Rise. And then going into the top of the hour, Derek and I will be taking over for Marcus Mack on the Truth About Chicago Sports. So we will have Bears, Blackhawks, Steel, the World Juniors, as well as Four Nations face-off information, and maybe even a little bit of baseball to round out your Saturday morning. Thanks for sticking with us here on AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise.
This holiday season, WRMN AM 1410 is celebrating 75 years on the air with a special gift for you. Join us every Sunday night from 9 p.m. to midnight for Old Time Radio's greatest Christmas shows. Relive the magic of classic radio with Bing Crosby, Fibber McGee and Molly, Ozzie and Harriet, Burns and Allen, Jack Benny, and so many more. Whether you're wrapping presents, baking cookies, or just enjoying the season, WRMN is your home for the best Christmas radio shows all December long. And don't miss our special holiday program on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. It's the perfect way to bring nostalgia and joy to your holiday season. This holiday celebration is brought to you by Junkluggers and Remix Market at 425 Airport Road in Elgin. Celebrate the season with WRMN AM 1410, your station for holiday cheer.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
Welcome back to On the Rise. I'm one of your hosts, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano. And we will be talking with Nick Johnston, our fantasy football guru.
Fantasy guru. I got the hardware to prove it right here. A little bit of bling bling. You gotta be a leader of men. You gotta get a bunch of guys from a bunch of different teams, get them all on the same page, and then all for the same glory. Exactly. Being your fantasy championship winner. That's the whole point of it. Making me sound pretty good with my Bryce Young take on there.
Paging fantasy doctor Nick Johnston.
I'll play a little bit of doctor. We'll talk a little injury report. Let me put my doctor's cap on, my scrubs.
How the hell you doing, Nick?
I'm doing all right. Ready to roll. It's championship weekend, boys.
Championship weekend, and you are sporting the bling bling.
Yes, absolutely. This is from last year. We're looking to add on to it, add another banner up in the rafters
Raptors. No, Raptors are the dinosaurs and the basketball team. Yeah, okay. Rafters would be the, actually hanging it up on the rafters.
Well, I'm doing that.
Okay. Well, congratulations if you made it to the championship weekend.
Yeah, one out of the two, unfortunately, yes.
Okay, one out of two is better than 0 out of 2, that's correct. For sure. You could have been going on a 10-game losing streak.
That is exactly right.
We'll get there later. Sorry. I digress. But we had a couple of interesting games on Christmas.
We had some Christmas games. We had that atrocious Thursday night game. We got some Saturday day games today as well. Obviously, if you're not into the college football realm, you got to be more focused on your fantasy. This will be the time to do that today. And then, 10 games on Sunday that will decide whether or not you are going to be happy or just sad for the next, 6-7 odd months. So
yeah, and as long as you didn't come in last place and do like any crazy wacky bets with your friends or whoever's like running the league.
There's always the punishment leagues. Obviously, those are fun to watch, listen to. And then some people have been getting on the what to do this year. They had this idea, make them watch the entirety of that Thursday night game from start to finish. That's going to be the punishment for some people in their leagues.
I think that's actually what caused Mike to get sick.
Yes, 100%.
That could make sense, absolutely. But yeah, Christmas Day games were there. They
were there. One of the surprising things of note, because all season long, up until maybe like the last 2 weeks or so, Patty Mahomes.
Yes, Patrick Mahomes had himself a nice little day. 320 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns. 29-10 victory in favor of the Kansas City Chiefs. The big one, the two other big names that were there, Travis Kelce had a nice day, Xavier Worthy. Unfortunately, Isaiah Pacheco went down, so some people probably played him. Unfortunately, he went out with a rib injury. Kareem Hunt came in, didn't do too much. He had 20 yards and a touchdown. So for those that, crazy enough, sometimes this is championship week. Sometimes people are crazy enough that they play into the last week. It gets a little hairy because all the actual teams start sitting players. Right. You got a couple players already sitting this week. Like the Cowboys shut down CeeDee Lamb for the rest of the year. He probably should have been shut down when the Cowboys were eliminated from playoff contention. But then we wouldn't have saw him on that Simpsons game on the Monday night game.
Sure.
It would have been not a lot of fun for a lot of people. So
don't you mean Ralph Wiggums?
Yeah, exactly.
Cross promotion in there.
Yeah, when Ralph Wiggum cashed my touchdown, that was awesome. Ultimately, that's a shame for a guy like that, where you took him probably very obviously early in the first round. I've seen people even take him 1-1 earlier this year. But yeah, he's just a tough guy. Landing on his shoulder, he's got an MCL injury. So just the idea that he was able to get up and keep moving after every single time he would land, just tip of the cap to him. But he's going to be shut down for the rest of the year. Also, just popping off maybe about just under an hour ago, Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. I'm kind of bouncing all over the place, but this is actually breaking news. Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers is having just a breakout year. On the IR, not going to be playing this week.
Oh.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I've seen some idea of who's going to be getting splits, but I see Blackshear is on the depth chart for the Panthers. And then, funny enough, Velus Jones Jr. is also listed.
I'm sorry, what?
Velus Jones Jr., another name we used to be able to hear from time to time here in Chicago.
The curse.
He is
Jones
the third.
curse.
Yeah, he's listed as the third depth chart running back for the Carolina Panthers.
So he's going to get the handoff and immediately kick the ball to the other team.
I think so. He will not be able to firmly grasp it. He'll fumble most likely.
Just another absolute. I'm sorry. I'm going to save this for the truth about Chicago sports.
Yeah, I'll bounce back to the Christmas games because Patrick Mahomes had a nice game, like we mentioned. Travis Kelce, 8 for 84 and a touchdown. He broke a franchise record for most touchdowns by anybody. He is the third tight end in history with 1,000 catches. So pretty cool on him. He had himself a solid day. And I want to get to Xavier Worthy because he had himself another nice little day. But my point to maybe getting into next year's drafting and something that I've been picking up on is Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr. When everyone in this draft coming in here was talking about the obvious, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., and even Roma Dunze to an extent because he was drafted so high. these rookie wide receivers, even if they were disappointing this year, if they excelled this year, I'm going to be hammering them in my drafts next year. All these sophomore wide receivers just seem like they get it. Because you saw with Jamar Chase a couple years ago, you saw with Justin Jefferson a couple years ago, and now I believe the very same thing is happening with these slew of these rookie wide receivers now going to have a solid sophomore season next year. I mean, just look, Xavier Worthy, not only two rushing attempts on the ground, he caught 8 passes for 79 yards and a touchdown. And we were already going into this year saying, he's so fast. He's so fast. He's Patrick Mahomes, one of Patrick Mahomes' options. Might as well go with him. And sure enough, he's been very, very solid throughout the last stretch of games. I'll quickly go to the Ravens and the Houston Texans. Not too much there. Texans kind of just folded after playing all these games in so many days. Their offense was nowhere to be found. Joe Mixon on a milk carton. A lot of people are so upset over his past 2 playoff performances because he carried you all throughout this year. You went in there. He was going to be one of those guys like, don't even think about it. Just play him. And sure
didn't
enough,
turn out the way that way.
Yeah, no, these last 2 games have been duds for Joe Mixon. So
yeah, and then you got Lamar Jackson on the other side of the ball that might as well have been wearing a Superman cape.
Lamar Jackson with only 10 completed passes and 4 rushing attempts had 168 yards passing and 87 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns in total.
Yeah,
that's so much fun. It gave me a big help in my league. It gave me about 30 points right there. So it was a nice start on a Wednesday to give me a nice little boost. But other than that, Derrick Henry also just continuing to just pave the way. 165 total yards and a touchdown. He's another big help right there. And obviously, if you passed on him early on for a guy like, I don't know, even like a guy like Breece Hall, like you are in shambles because that was a bad one right there.
Yeah, and the next game, the Thursday night game, which could have really tanked your playoff push and your championship game, was the game the Seattle Seahawks versus the Chicago Bears.
Yeah,
where the total score was a whopping 6-3.
Yeah, no, it's always tough when a team doesn't even score a touchdown.
Yeah,
and both teams didn't even come close. Honestly, it was just horrible offense calls on both sides. Zach Charbonnet looked good. I felt like he probably should have got more touches. He finishes with about 50 yards on the ground and 3 catches. So all across the board, you were either thankful that someone played somebody, or you're now trying to add up a couple points. You're like, okay, maybe now I have to take a risk on this guy because I played JSN or Keenan Allen or DK Metcalf, because these were all big names. And especially JSN, who's been having a crazy sophomore year. Keenan Allen, the last 2 games, targeted 26 times. So, again, you thought he would have had a nice day, but Bears offense was like, okay, we're just going to dump screen plays off. And exactly that, the Seattle Seahawks offense was kind of saying, like, okay, we'll match that same energy. We're just going to not do anything. We'll kick a couple field goals and call it a day. So, Cairo Santos had himself an okay day. He scored 3, and that's about it. Everybody else on the Bears did nothing.
Yeah, and
are we surprised though?
I mean,
kind of, because it was.
I mean, I would have at least
thought
thought
they should have been in, and they kind of were, but
I would at least thought the running backs would have got off a little bit. I mean, considering that it was like rainy and everything, you don't really pass the ball, and there wasn't really a whole lot of that.
I mean, it seems like there was no attempt to even pass it down the field past 15 yards.
Yeah,
so
no.
It was screenplays galore. Yeah, DJ Moore had himself an okay day. That would probably be about the only saving grace. And these are only okay days if you have him in full PPR leagues. Because if you have him in half or just standard, you're
screwed.
None of these guys were worth it.
Well, both teams passed it down the field more than 15 yards, but they did it with their foot when they were punting to the other team.
Exactly right.
Passing it off to the other offense.
I did like that. Someone made a compilation of the quote-unquote highlights, and it was
just all the punts
and the punt returns. Comparing Torrey Taylor's yardage to Caleb Williams' passing yards to punt yards. It was atrocious.
Well, we did get Taylor in the 4th round. I mean, there's that.
I guess. Again, just to not be a complete troll, I think that will pan out. He will be one of the best punters in the league.
It's already starting to look like that in his rookie year. But,
absolutely.
Okay, now after that god awful game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll dive
dive a little deeper in the upcoming show.
Yeah, absolutely. But we got some Saturday games. We got some Saturday games and some other news and notes that I want to
save us with that,
sure.
Nick.
Yeah, I think they get progressively better throughout the day. The Chargers and the Patriots start off your afternoon. Chargers at New England. Currently, Chargers are 6-point favorites. They're battling for a playoff spot, so a lot of players are still going to be highly motivated in this one. I could not really say the same thing for the Patriots. However, the Patriots still like to play. They like to play spoiler. They weren't completely out of it against Buffalo, so that was still nice to see. So if you got some players like Drake May, if you need a quarterback, not the worst decision right there. If you need some sort of like flyer, someone like there. Hunter Henry is pretty decent on the tight end wise. So again, if you just need a name, tight ends, that's somewhere you can go to. But again, like I mentioned, Ladd McConkey, Justin Herbert, all going to be good goes for the Chargers side of things. I'm going to stay clear. I'm going to try and stay clear of anybody at the running back position there because Gus Edwards is out. J.K. Dobbins just coming back from IR, listed as questionable. We'll see how that goes. Otherwise, I have the name written down. Was it Keontae Vidal, I believe that Kevian Vidal. I don't want to butcher the first name, but Vidal is for sure the last name. Might be also getting some looks. But again, if J.K. Dobbins is going to be the workhorse, you might have to just look into it. Maybe see if there's any more reports going in before about 2 hours from now. Let's see. Yeah, before that kicks off. So Chargers and Patriots, like I said, Chargers going to be more of the focus right there. They're playing for a playoff spot. Broncos and Bengals is going to be very exciting. Bengals playing for their playoff life. They need to win out. Broncos want to also secure a spot. They want to play spoiler in that same sort of way. They got to keep up with the Chargers, who played just a couple hours before them.
Right.
So that'll be fun to see. I'm just staying away from the Broncos defense because the Bengals have, again with that mindset, highly motivated. It's been been the number one defense for the Broncos, but I just cannot trust them with Joe Burrow being as hot as he is right now. If they weren't in this position, might be highly regarded as MVP of the league with the stats that he has: 39 passing touchdowns. 4,229 passing yards. That's so crazy. Only
but
8 interceptions.
But on the flip side, the Bengals defense is also kind of shiatsu.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So this game's good opportunity for Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton, who's still going to be in there. Honestly, like I said, just getting back to the Jamar Chase Patrick Surtain matchup is going to just be fun. Just on the football side of things, I'm going to be very just selfish and watch that the rest of the way. So that's going to be really exciting. But you're still going to play Jamar Chase. You're watching out for T. Higgins. Maybe he's been questionable, but I think he's still safe to plug him in the lineup. So that should be good. I'm sorry, what were you going to say, Mike?
I saw an interesting stat that the last time the Broncos clinched a playoff spot was back in 2015.
Yeah, when they won the Super Bowl.
It was December 28th. Today, December 28th. They were coming off a 34-27 loss, which in this case they are as well. It was against the Bengals. They're about to play the Bengals. And it was the second to last week of the season. Well, what a coincidence. Could we see the Broncos actually making it to the playoffs?
Gamble responsibly, folks. Gamble responsibly. That got all the flags, all the thumbs up popped up for me. In terms of just hammer the Broncos, but that's a gamble responsibly.
I'm staying away from
your
that.
eyes got quite wide.
1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah. That's again all across the board. That's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be just like I said. If I'm staying away from anybody, it's gonna be the Broncos defense and probably the Broncos backfield because Audric Estime and Jameson Williams they cannot figure out who's doing what. They had a really interesting way. And I'll just hammer on this really quick. The Broncos running backs all played one snap each, and they would all rotate after one play. So you're basically running like 50-yard sprints to get out there and to get in the play, maybe run 1 yard if they get the ball, and then just sprint out another 50 yards to get substituted. So they're doing 50-yard wind sprints 100 times, and they're getting the ball maybe 10 times for 40 yards. So not really much worth it. The idea there of getting fresh legs, not really the case there. So again, I'm backing away there. Finally, the Saturday game, the nightcap. Again, really important for both these teams. Cardinals eliminated. They want to play spoiler, but the Rams want to get in the playoffs, and I'm playing everybody. They're in a dome. They're in California. This ought to be fun, like I mentioned there. So all across the board. Got some solid matchups going on today. Honestly, like I said, if you're somehow, some way bored with the college football playoff, like I said, you got to focus on your fantasy football playoff. These games are solid substitutes right there for sure. All across the board, like I mentioned, just the Sunday games. I think the biggest thing of all is weather. Watching the weather, a lot of just awful torrential downpours, monsoons of games on the horizon. I've seen between the Jets and the Bills listed for some rain right there. The big thing is also when rain could be an issue, but wind is the bigger issue. So if you see gusts of wind listed on the weather report over 20 miles per hour, that's when we start considering maybe I bench the quarterback. Maybe I bench the wide receiver in that case. Because, again, being so crazy, you're probably not going to get a ton of passing yards or attempts in that game. Going to be a lot of guys being handed off the rock in that sense. But until we get, again, the report that it's going to be a tornado or a hurricane going on over there on the East Coast, I'm going to have to play Garrett Wilson. I'm going to rely also on Devontae Adams, on guys like that, and on the Jets side of things. Bills, it's tough because you see a guy like Khalil Shakir, who had just a dud of a game last week. You would think that he's like you would think he's the number one option for Josh Allen being thrown to, and that still could be the case. But like that saying, once bitten, twice shy. It could be kind of hard to throw him back in that lineup without that inkling in the back of your mind that he might put up a stinker. In the other case, I'm still confident with Josh Allen. Obviously, James Cook is in my lineup for the Bills, but a little bit hesitant, like I said, on Khalil Shakir, Amari Cooper, who's also bitten you in the past. He put up a goose egg not too long ago as well. He put up a goose egg in that 48-42 ball game against the Detroit Lions of all games.
It's kind of impressive.
Yeah, actually,
impressive in a bad way.
Yeah,
but still impressive nonetheless.
Showing to me that he was just out there for some conditioning, out there for some runs.
Yeah, apparently.
But I also wanted to get to like I mentioned, CeeDee Lamb shut down for the season. Like I said, that probably should have happened a couple weeks ago. If you're going to be looking at anybody really in that Cowboys game receiving wise, Jake Ferguson, if you need a tight end, if you're brave enough, Mike Tolbert, Brandon Cooks, if you're, you might be the bravest man alive in that sort of way. But I'm not really too much on that one, because on the opposite end, you have the Eagles, who don't have Jalen Hurts in that game. They will be going with Kenny Pickett. To the Devontae Smith owners, to the AJ Brown owners. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned more because you saw Kenny Pickett he was confident enough to sling it. Was he very accurate? Or did he get a ton of yards? Did he turn over? It wasn't very accurate, and he did turn over once in a while, but he was hammering A.J. Brown. He threw A.J. Brown that touchdown, and he was targeting Devonta Smith. If Devonta Smith doesn't drop that ball towards the end of the game, probably a different story for the Eagles, but that's not for us to decide. That's set up for a very exciting finish in that ball game against the Commanders. But more or less, like I said, the moral of that story was I'm still confident in playing the wide receivers and the receiving core behind Kenny Pickett and this Eagles offense, even though the story, of course, for sure is Saquon Barkley, who's only 268 yards away from breaking this Eric Dickerson touchdown record, or Eric Dickerson rushing record. My apologies. I think his line is set at 110 rushing yards. Again, gamble responsibly. I'd hammer it. He's had such a great year. You could argue MVP. You could definitely make the case there in that sense for me, but probably gonna have to lean Josh Allen. Probably have to lean maybe even Lamar Jackson if he makes another case for himself right there. But
sure.
Saquon Barkley, he's gonna have another monster game for sure. These last 2 weeks.
You were talking about the weather. I've got 3 players that I'm kind of like wondering about.
Okay.
It has to do with the Miami Dolphins going up to face the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Tua Tagovailoa, starting quarterback. Then you also have Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, wide receiver. Both the wide receivers are questionable. It's in Cleveland. There's weather. What are your thoughts on those three guys?
Man, that's a really good question. That's tough. Two of these past, I mean, I was listening in, and his passing yards per attempt has gone down significantly, almost by 5 yards per attempt. Earlier, about 2 years ago, it was about 9. Last year was right around 7. I think this year it's hovering right around 4 or 5 yards, which, again, it kind of goes to show you that the offense hasn't been all that great this year. Tyreek Hill has played all these games, might not crack 1,000 yards, which is kind of crazy for him, who was just last year on the verge of breaking the receiving record for yardage. So very, very interesting to see that. Jalen Waddle all year has been very just been a non-factor. So I'm okay with not playing him. Tyreek Hill, again, just the namesake can always go off. If you would need to have a for sure a better matchup in my mind, just off the top of the dome.
Okay.
Like I said, if it's like between, I don't know, Lad McConkey, Tyreek Hill, that's incredibly tough. I would have to lean Lad McConkey in that sense.
Okay.
Just because, better, it's been on a better roll. And like you mentioned, that weather is the big factor. That's why I went ahead and picked up the Dolphins defense this week. Don't trust DTR. That Browns offense has been atrocious. They don't have Nick Chubb. We're gonna have a hurt or might not even have David Njoku. So that'll be the case there. Obviously, let me just quickly wrap it up with a couple more things. Honestly, just simply put, get your lineups in, have everything focused, nice and ready, because you don't want to mess anything up. This is the big time. This is for all
championship.
Yes, this is for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. So, again, Packers Vikings. That's going to be a great game. A ton of fantasy implications there. Falcons and Commanders to finish it off on Sunday night, and then if you can just have a chance, have a lot of people going on that Monday night game, because Lions and 49ers, you got a ton of big names there. Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You probably have the potential to play Jared Goff in that same scenario. Brock Purdy isn't the worst go-to for quarterbacks in that same sort of way. And then, of course, George Kittle has been having himself a nice little go.
Yeah.
Juwan Jennings? Why not? Why not Juwan Jennings?
Hey, you made that prediction in the very beginning of the season, and he has not, let any of the owners down, I don't think.
Yeah, so fantastic way to go there. Like I mentioned, just if you got down, behind, or like I said, you had a disappointing play on that Thursday night game, don't get down on yourself. Focus in, key in, focus on the weather on the games and the matchups right there. Trust your gut. That's the biggest thing, and then hopefully listen in. Hopefully I came in and give you some nice little expertise to a certain degree. That'll be fun too. Finally, really quick, Tajay Spears in that just god awful Titans and Jags game. That might be the play for the running back position there. So,
all right, Nick. Thank you for one hell of a fantasy football season. I appreciate your work and dedication for coming in weekly on doing this. Any final thoughts for the?
No, thank you for coming. Let me come in every single week and just spew this out for a half hour. So,
we appreciate it. Have a happy New Year.
You as well.
Mike, you want to say anything before we wrap up?
Well, we will have Nick coming back on. He's not going too far for the next couple of weeks. We'll have another spot for him here when baseball season comes around. But until then, this has been On the Rise. We're coming back with the truth about Chicago sports, and it'll be the three of us covering that. So thanks to Marcus Mack for letting us have the spot right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
Welcome in on the truth about Chicago sports. I am obviously not your host, Marcus Mack. I'm Derek Geyer alongside Mike Napolitano and Nick Johnston on the board. We are subbing in for Mr. Marcus Mack. And as you heard, those sell the team chants, they were from this past Thursday night's debacle of a football game at Soldier Field.
Did anybody tell the Bears and the Seahawks that they were supposed to be playing Thursday night's football game this week? I don't think that was the case.
I don't know. I thought it kind of resembled the Chicago White Sox, Chicago Cubs.
Well, it's funny that you brought that up because the Chicago White Sox lost a game to the Seattle Mariners 6-3 this year, and both teams, the White Sox and the Bears, have the same winning percentage. So I think they just kind of reused the stat lines from that.
That was good. Al Michaels pointed that out.
Yeah.
And I'm not mistaken. Both sides of town, well, not the Chicago Cubs, but I mean the White Sox, correct me if I'm wrong, they had a sell the team chant as well.
Yeah, another comment I saw online was being a Chicago sports fan is literally just having a year-round sell the team chant. No matter what sport, no matter what team, it's at this point it's just sell the team, right? Like it's getting so bad. That clip that you heard of the sell the team chants, I mean, there's a bunch of them out there that you can find now at this point, but that was courtesy of my friend Justin Toth, aka Stewie, who was at the game and had to watch that. I'm so bad for Stu. Yeah, that was tough. So yeah, comes back. He was out in Nebraska for a while for college and work, and comes back to watch one Bears game and can't even see a touchdown, even for the other team.
10 in a row.
10 in a row.
10 losses in a row. 10 different ways to lose in a row.
Well, I know Marcus was on the radio right after us last Saturday, so that means he didn't get a chance to recap the Sunday game against Detroit. There's no surprise after
Detroit?
Derek said...
I think it was Minnesota, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, Detroit. Saturday, December 22nd, that was Detroit?
No. It was Minnesota. Wasn't it?
No. Because Minnesota was the Monday night game 2 weeks ago. So there was the Detroit game, 34-17.
Correct.
Okay. My bad.
The Lions after
I'm just as bad as the Bears are.
Yeah,
you might be just as checked out as everybody else is there.
Yeah, I
well,
know.
They're all focused on. I mean, obviously the one that went viral not too long ago was DJ Moore saying, "Yeah, I'm just basically focused on my vacation."
Oh yeah,
paraphrasing that one for sure.
Yeah, but given the way that he was asked that question. Yeah, I could kind of see him being, okay with that.
Yeah, I guess
you could have said it was Chicago Bears versus Supersonics or versus Atlanta Thrashers, and I would have believed you at this point. Like, it's all the same to me.
I'm sorry. You know what you're doing. I apparently don't.
Well, Jared Goff threw 3 touchdown passes, and the Lions go on to win 34-17. It was 20-0 before the Bears even got on the stat sheet with a 1-yard pass from Caleb Williams to Cole Kmet. And that made it 20-7 after the Cairo Santos extra point attempt. But then the Bears proceeded to immediately turn the ball back over to the Lions and give Amon-Ra St. Brown another touchdown. That was his first of the day. Jake Bates had 2 field goals before that, and Jahmyr Gibbs had that first touchdown. Jamison Williams had the second of the day for the Lions. Keenan Allen had a 45-yard pass from Caleb Williams in order to get into the end zone. That was probably the highlight of the Bears' week, and that's including the Thursday game.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, maybe a highlight of the season. I don't know. There were some nice plays early on this season, and then the wheels just fell off this bus. The train went off the tracks, and we haven't seen
Hindenburg, the Titanic.
We haven't seen a play like this. I should also mention on one of those Lions touchdowns, forgive me, I don't remember which one it was. It might have been this next one in the third quarter, the Sam Laporta one. The Lions ran a play that they took from the Minnesota Vikings.
Fumble Rooski.
Now, I hate those commercials so much. But yes, so the Vikings accidentally fumbled the snap against the Bears, had enough time to recover it, and still throw the ball to get, I believe it was just a first down in that game. But this week, the Lions said, okay, well, if that play worked against the Bears, let's fake a fumble on the snap and then still throw the ball on the Bears. And what happened? It led to a touchdown. If I'm not mistaken, that was that Sam Laporta touchdown in the third quarter.
Good first impression by Ben Johnson.
Yeah, right?
Good first interview right there.
Yeah.
Which I'm hearing is, I think the rumors are Pete Carroll interested in the Bears job now. Everyone wants Ben Johnson. Right, Mike Vrabel also listed on up there as well. But now Mike Vrabel, I having some eyes on New England, which I don't see there. I think they really like Gerard Mayo, but Gerard Mayo's got a little bit of a mouth on him, so nothing's really secure right now. The only thing I know for sure is obviously the Bears will get a new head coach some way, some form. Thomas Brown just clearly not the go. The only other coach for sure I think is on the way. I was like Doug Peterson. So
yeah, but wouldn't it be fitting if the Bears actually kept Thomas Brown as a head coach?
God, no.
They can keep Thomas Brown as an offensive coordinator. I'd be fine with that.
I'm not saying that I want it. I'm not even saying that, hey, okay.
My ideal head coaching or just the next couple coordinators and head coach would be Ben Johnson, head coach. You can keep Thomas Brown as offensive coordinator, and then I would get Robert Saleh as my defensive coordinator. Call him up for, he's not obviously not with the Jets organization now. I think he's
Packers.
Oh, he's with the Packers right now. He's kind of just like man,
like a consultant.
Yeah,
or
there you go.
Like
yeah. So I mean, that's not worth. That's. I think that's worth a call right there. Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
He's a great defensive mind.
I don't think you're wrong when you say like it would be the most Bears move to just keep Thomas Brown. And nothing against Thomas Brown. I think he can be an okay offensive coordinator. It's just we haven't seen a large sample size of him being an offensive coordinator because it was like 1 week and then he got moved up to head coach because of all the chaos. But I'm just so tired of every single team in Chicago just going the cheap route or just going the, plug the gap type route of coaching when really for a lot of these teams, the majority of the issue isn't coaching because you'll see these coaches come in and out like revolving doors. Like we're talking about the White Sox and the Bears and, even to an extent, the Blackhawks. But the issue for at least 2 of those teams, okay, actually 3, throw in the Bulls, is ownership. It's the common denominator isn't the coaching. We've seen, like I said, a revolving door. These coaches come in and out, and the results are the same. Even especially for the Bears, as we're here in our Bears segment, it's not the quarterbacks either. Because I don't think Caleb Williams is a bad quarterback. Is he a rookie quarterback? Yes.
He has a chance to break the passing yards franchise record already.
He has a chance to break the passing yard records for the Bears, but also...
Not after that Thursday game.
He has the sacked record for the Bears and is pretty close to having the all-time sacked records for an NFL quarterback in one season. I mean,
already over 70 sacks.
Yeah, it's not his fault. Majority of the time, there are a couple times that he fails to get rid of the ball early, but that is, he's a rookie quarterback. Like I said, the biggest thing is the fact that he gets 0 seconds in the pocket on the majority of these sacks because there is no offensive line. So there's no line. There's no quarterback coming to save the Bears. There's no coaching. Does this all fall then on the GM, Ryan Poles? Okay, sure. Let's fire Poles, right? Let's fire another GM here in Chicago. But nobody says anything about the owners. I mean, the fans do, but at what point do we just, as fans, stop giving this ownership in Chicago, whether it be baseball, football, basketball, even to an extent hockey, even though the Blackhawks seem like the only team with a feasible plan, they're still at the bottom of the league. The Bears, coming into this season, seemed like they had this plan. They absolutely choked away this entire season. At what point, as fans, do we just say, you know what, we're done. We're done going to games?
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I quickly, before we head on out of here, I just want to tell you, I'm not really a fan of this 180 people have been making on Ryan Poles when they were just short of like praising him, putting up murals of him.
Right.
And now just maybe one personality, one radio show host was just like, I don't like him anymore. So all the Sheep fans were like, I don't like him anymore either.
Yeah.
And then there you go.
Let Poles cook Poles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not really a fan of it. So just that the complete switch on Ryan Poles, I'm flabbergasted, honestly.
Yeah. We'll continue to tackle that subject when we come back on The Truth About Chicago Sports. You are listening to WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Are you frustrated with the way our world is becoming? Do you want to make a difference right here in your own community? Come to the next Elgin Township Republican meeting and be a part of the change you want to see. They are committed to making our community stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Whether it's through grassroots efforts, community service, or local advocacy, your voice matters. Help build a brighter future for Elgin Township. Get involved today. Visit elgingop.org and find out how you can help make a difference. Elgin Township Republicans, your community, your voice, your future. Meetings take place on the fourth Tuesday of every month at the Elgin Township Building, 729 South McLean Boulevard at 6:30 p.m. Hope to see you there. Let's build a better tomorrow together.
Welcome back to The Truth About Chicago Sports. I am not Marcus Mack, but I am Derek Geyer filling in for Marcus Mack alongside Mike Napolitano and Nick Johnston. Before we went to break, we were talking about the GM and Ryan Poles. Nick said that what'd you say, Nick?
I was just sick and tired of the complete 180 switch that fans were up on about. Just like I said, just praising his name, Ryan Poles.
Gotcha.
Just short of throwing him a parade without even actually doing anything. I felt as though the trade between him and the Panthers was good enough to, I don't know, have his tenure just right out the rest of the way, but apparently not good enough.
No, so the last 5 GMs, I've got this pulled up here off of the Twitterverse machine. So we've got the last 5 GMs for the Chicago Bears. We've got Mark Hatley with a 19-45 record, good for a 297 win percentage. Then we've got Jerry Angelo, a 95-81 record with a 540. That was probably during the whole Lovey era.
Yes,
I would say. So after that, we've got Phil Emery, 23-25 for a 479. We've got Ryan Pace, 48-65 for a 425 win percentage. And bringing up the rear is Ryan Poles with a 14-36 with a 280 win percentage. Now, given the fact that it is a 280 win percentage with a win-loss record of a 14-36, it's kind of screwy, kind of screwed, not kind of screwed, kind of skewed. That's the word that I'm looking for. Just for the simple fact that over the last 2 years, the Bears had all that dead cap space. He was taking over for Ryan Pace. So you're trying to get out from under that. Then there was the tank year, which was last year. And now it was the coaching ineptitude that was this year. Yeah. But, you also have Ryan Poles, who was kind of the leader of this, bringing in the coaching.
Yeah, going off what Nick was saying, I mean, I wasn't super high.
A leader with some Kevin Warren training wheels.
Yeah. I wasn't super high on Ryan Poles to begin with. I know, like you said, people were ready to throw him a parade before he did anything. I was interested. My interest was piqued on the moves that he made. I didn't criticize him at first. I don't know if I criticize him now. Especially you brought up those stats. It is a small sample size, and like you said, it's you take it with a grain of salt because of the fact that it is so skewed, because those numbers don't tell the whole story. There was the tank year, like you said, and now the coaching ineptitude plus a rookie quarterback. But this goes back to that Bears cycle of Bears get a rookie quarterback, Bears fire the head coach within the first or second season of that rookie quarterback. Yep. Bears get a new head coach or a new GM that wants to put their new quarterback in there, so the Bears draft another. It's this same vicious cycle of non-success for this Bears team. And
which brings me to this question then. How do you guys feel about bringing in a new head coach that's not aligned with the general manager? So the general manager, he can be fired, and you're going to have the head coach that might be out of a job because the new general manager doesn't like the head coach.
Right.
So how do you guys feel about that?
You might have to take the risk and let Ryan Poles pick a guy that he feels confident in, and just be like, all right, if he hits, we're all good, we all lead. If he does not, then we're all out. And I feel as though you need to give Ryan Poles the time still on Caleb Williams' rookie contract. He needs to pan this out at least. I would think you should give him at least 2 more. Like there's no way in my mind you can't give him 2 more. 1 more is still not enough. I think there's still a lot more work to do, clearly, because Brian Poles went into this season thinking, hey, this is a mediocre Bears offensive line. Clearly, it is a subpar below the standard for an offensive line in the NFL. So they need to hammer it there. All the picks and all the focus need to be on the offensive line and the defensive line in the trenches this year.
And that offensive line is where I think a lot of the criticism comes from because of the fact that Ryan Poles was an offensive lineman. And with this offensive line being so bad, I mean, he is, I mean, it was a couple of months ago now, but I saw Ryan Poles came out with a quote when they were asking about this poor offensive line. They said, you know, what is it that is troubling you guys? And he goes, you know, we were just dealt a bad hand. And the first comment in response to that was, my brother in Christ, you are the dealer. Like, you're the guy who gets to set the cards out there. You get to set who the offensive line is, the players, to an extent. Of course, there's still coaching that's involved with it, but you're the GM. You make the decisions on who to bring in here and who to take out. Yeah. So it does fall upon his shoulders, especially when he was a former offensive lineman.
Yeah. And the other thing is, in regards to this search for the new head coach, a couple of weeks ago, I heard Ryan Poles talking to a podcast, and I don't remember what podcast that was right now, but about hiring an organization to go out and do a search for the head coach. I think that might have been something to do with Eberflus, actually. Okay. I think that was how they tackled that one. But then they're also talking about doing it again for another head coach. I don't understand this.
I'm currently, I was always on the side of whether we believe it or not, whether we know it or not. Eberflus was handed to Poles. That was just already kind of the guy that was going to be the case any which way.
Well, he chose poorly.
Yeah. Clearly, you know, if I'm giving Ryan Poles the full go, I think that would be the route, because Kevin Warren has come in, has shown that, you know, his job was basically like, hey, let's make a smooth transition from the city to Arlington Heights, and he's put a halt to the entire thing. Yeah. So that should be a giant red flag there.
Yeah. And
so getting him involved in any sort of decision making should be the last thing the Bears do.
Yeah. And how many sites now are the Bears looking at? 2, 3 in Chicago?
I don't know. They heard there's life on Mars, so they think they might get a plot of land out there or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, London is not good enough. Let's go to Mars.
Yeah.
Well, before we get out of this segment, let's get you all of the highlights from the Thursday night football game against the Seattle Seahawks.
Lowlights?
Okay, and that's all the highlights. And I hope you had your ears perked for that, because you don't want to miss any of it.
Yeah, but we do want to wish everyone out there a happy holiday, despite watching that shiatsu of
especially
a Bears
the
game.
Dutchman's Wood Shack, who's currently in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for showing.
Hey, Dutchman.
The Bears were able to ruin your Thanksgiving, but they were not able to ruin your Christmas. They had to wait till a day after. In fact, over here at the American Legion Post in Elgin, they had a watch party that night. Unfortunately, the kitchen was closed, is what they were saying beforehand. And I think if the kitchen was open, they would have been throwing up after watching this game. The only points came in the first half. Seattle with 2 field goals, the Bears with 1. A lot of goose eggs in this one. And you mentioned earlier, Nick.
There were 2 touchdowns. Yeah. Oh, wait. They got called back.
Yeah, no.
One because he was down by contact after a fumble, and the other one was called back because our offensive lineman jumped offside.
Yeah, fun. Nick mentioned earlier that Pete Carroll could be the next possible Bears head coach. Well, he got a good look at the Bears Thursday night, and I don't know if he liked what he saw. I don't know if he liked what he saw from his own team, but...
How old is Carroll? 73?
Yeah.
He's going to be 74 by the time next season comes around?
Yep.
Oh,
there's not enough gum to keep him on the Bears.
Is this like, a John Fox thing?
God, I hope not.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, he had a hell of a run in Seattle.
Yeah.
But, at this late stage in life, maybe he still has the desire, but don't we need and don't we deserve a coach to come back?
Well, you're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Welcome back to The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. Filling in for Marcus Mack today is myself, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano and Nick Johnston. You are currently listening to WRMN 1410 AM. Easy for me to say. The talk of the town. If you want to jump in on what's going on here with the Truth About Chicago Sports, text us in at 505-926-1410. Or if you want to call us here in the studio, 847-931-1410.
Let's get into some more hockey. And we saved our Blackhawks segment for Marcus's show because, of course, professional sports team. And also, we're just running out of time with all of the Hannah interview and everything that we had. So go back and give that a listen if you weren't up early this morning with us. But we'll jump into the Blackhawks week. Last Saturday was a game against the Calgary Flames. And the Blackhawks were coming into this one with a 3-game win streak, just like the Bulls. Unfortunately, last Saturday was a loss for both teams. The penalty kill streak ends at 33 straight PKs killed for this Blackhawks team, which it is surprising that the Blackhawks are top 10 in the league in power play and top 10 in the league in penalty kill, yet they are at the very bottom of the league when it comes to the actual standings. So a little weird there, but the Blackhawks fall 6-4 to the Flames.
Yeah, and this was kind of a tale of two games here because Calgary was all over them in the first two periods. The Hawks looked absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
Bad defense, bad awareness, bad passing. I mean, dare I even say maybe even a little lack of hustle?
Yeah.
From him. And then Peter Mrazek was coming back off of his groin injury, and this was his first game back, and he looked rusty. After the second period, I think Sorensen sent the team a message. Wake your asses up, maybe.
Yeah, so Jonathan Huberdeau starts the game off with a shorthanded goal, and from there it's going to be rough.
Yeah, it was. It was horrible.
So the Blackhawks come out of the first only down 2. Bedard cuts that that score line in half with a goal of his own, but then I almost said the Hurricanes. The Flames explode for 3 straight goals. So by the end of the second period, it's 5-1 Calgary. And then, like you said, tale of two games because the Blackhawks did start to come back in that third period.
Hall will pick it up. Hall 2 on one with Bedard. Hall in across Bedard shoots, scores. Bedard with his first against the Flames gets the Hawks back into it.
Bertuzzi does a great job just chipping that out. Now watch Hall. He's going to wait for.
And that was Bedard's goal in the first period.
And Bedard just opens up beautifully right here. This was only his second real opportunity. He buries it.
Connor Bedard going to work to the front. Tap in, they score. So there is pushback from Chicago as they find a goal 57 seconds into the third from Bertuzzi.
Bedard does what he does best, right? Making plays. He had the puck on a stick one other time on this shift. And then there's Bertuzzi getting in behind ball. And all of a sudden, it's 5-2.
Now trying to play comeback. Flames will be digging in this 5-on-3 with the Hawks control. Bedard cross ice. Bertuzzi scores. Second of the period for Bertuzzi. The Hawks make quick work. And 9 seconds into the power play, the gap on the board is at 2.
But watch this pass. Bedard, he's been looking the entire time. He was looking at Bertuzzi even before the puck came to Bedard. He had a real good idea where Bertuzzi was and just perfect tape-to-tape pass. Hard to defend. 5-on-3.
Flames would love running time. Hawks, they want something else. The net remains gaping at the Chicago end. Bedard leaned on there. One-timer. Teravainen stopped. Whoa! Shoots his rebound. McKayev scores. And the Hawks make it a 1-goal hockey game late.
Connor Bedard does a great job just kicking this out to the flank. There's a one-timer by Teravainen. And McKayev continues his hot streak. Gets a loose puck and elevates. Foligno does a great job bringing 2 defensemen, Anderson and Ball, to him. Leaves McKayev unchecked.
And that was courtesy of NHL.com. So, yeah, pretty much a tale of two games because, unfortunately or fortunately, the Blackhawks were able to score, what was it?
3 in that third period. You mentioned that goal from Bedard in the second, and then we talked about the Flames exploding for 3. One of those was that power play goal that ended the streak. But then you come back into the third, and Tyler Bertuzzi scores 2, his 9th and 10th of the year. The 10th was a power play goal, both assisted by Bedard, so he has 3 points on the night.
Yeah, and those were both greasy goals by Bertuzzi because he was getting down there by the crease. He was putting in the work, something that's probably been lacking or was lacking in this game.
Yeah, Bertuzzi has the flip side of things. He has those 2 goals and an assist. He assisted on Bedard's first goal. Taylor Hall added 2 assists, 1 on the Bedard goal, 1 on the Bertuzzi. And then Teuvo Teravainen, who has come back and started playing how I think a lot of Blackhawks fans expected him to. He gets an assist on that Tyler Bertuzzi goal, but also on the Ilya Mikheyev goal. Mikheyev and Teravainen have combined for a number of scoring opportunities for this Blackhawks team recently. That goal comes with just about a minute to go. But then, unfortunately, with only 30 seconds to go, the Flames ice it with the empty net goal. That was from Michael Backlund, so they win this one 6-4. And then the Blackhawks would head into the week with games on the road against the Wild and the Sabres. So the road trip would continue. It was a 4-3 loss right before Christmas against the Wild. Teuvo Teravainen misses a wide open net in the dying minutes of that game, and that will haunt him. That could have made it 3-3. Instead, Minnesota scores the empty net goal. That was actually Marcus Foligno, brother of Blackhawks captain Nick Foligno, potting that one. And the Blackhawks answer back with one goal with the extra attacker still on the ice. Right after that, only 33 seconds to go in the game. But then, of course, that comeback falls short as the final horn sounds. The Wild lead 2-1 in the season series. They have one more game left, so the Blackhawks, the best they could do is tie it against the Wild. And then last night, Friday at 6 p.m., if you heard earlier, I'm a little under the weather in some sorts. I don't think I was alive for this game, but I woke up this morning and said 6-2 to Buffalo? To Buffalo? How? It was 4-0 by the end of the first period. I am just...
I'm sensing a little consternation by this result.
Consternation sounds like another word that I actually wish I had these days, but
true.
Yeah, given my current state, I don't know what makes me more sick. The actual, I don't know if it's food poisoning or stomach flu that I got going on. Maybe it's a neurovirus. The Bears or the Blackhawks losing to Buffalo or losing all 3 games this week, just like the Bulls did. You know, they both go on 3-game winning streaks, and then they decide to even it right back out with 3-game losing streaks.
Yeah, pretty much the way that the season's been going for the Blackhawks.
Can I add that I would love to have seen any of these games, but I don't have CHSN. I don't think anybody does. And I don't know if you guys have talked about that in any sort of way, maybe any other your shows.
Yeah, when it first came out.
It's absolutely ridiculous that this is still not solved in any sort of way. That as a Chicago
it's
fan,
solved.
No, it's not because
you can buy an over-the-air antenna in 2024 and get this game, or it's solved. You can pay Jerry Reinsdorf $30 a month to get all 3 teams.
No,
don't you want to do that?
Not even close.
Oh, it's so solved.
The idea of a downgrade, adding just an eyesore of an antenna on my. I'm not trying to brag, but it's just like add an antenna to my 50-inch smart TV.
Right.
That's exactly what I want to do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what entices all the people.
I go to 2 gyms, and altogether I pay the base price for both gyms. Altogether, I pay $25 a month for 2 gyms. I'm not paying $30 a month to watch 3 teams that do less for me than actual gym results.
Yeah. Are there pools there?
There is at one, but it does. I don't get the pool perks.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? I bet you if I was,
you could just go ahead and sneak
walk in
and there's the pool.
Get in there. Who's gonna stop
if I was
you?
to upgrade to the pool perks, I'd probably still pay just as much as I would trying to buy and watch these.
It's a gym.
teams.
Who's going to stop you? The teenager that's working the front desk? Who cares?
It's true. It's true.
Again, this is the 3rd largest sports market in all the entire United States, and we can't figure this out. It's absolutely just ridiculous to me.
It's all jacked up, and it's going to get even worse when the baseball season comes
Exactly. I haven't watched a single second. I'm not exaggerating. Haven't watched a single second of the Bulls or the Blackhawks this year. So I just can't.
I watch
simply
more
can't.
when I go to the games, and that's not super often. I mean, I think some people that see what I do on the weekly basis would beg to differ there. But just recently, I've gotten into going to more games, and this whole next week with the Winter Classic is going to be big. But yeah, like you said,
it'll probably be cheaper to go to 30 White Sox games in a month than to watch 30 White Sox games on
do you
CHSN.
want to though? I don't want to.
The gear, me
right.
rocking the gear kind of tells otherwise, but no, I wouldn't want to do that either.
I'd be right there with you, rocking my gear.
49.5 wins.
Embarrassment. Yeah.
49.5 wins.
Yeah, aren't you? But don't you want to get CHSN downloaded for $30 a month just to watch the White Sox lose another 100 games this year?
Oh, it's just it hurts. It hurts as a Chicago sports fan. It's down bad in all sorts of ways, like to the point where we can't even watch these bad teams.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Alex Tuck gets his 10th, 11th, and 12th goals of the season in this one as he adds a hat trick to his resume. He had the last 2 goals. The Blackhawks had scored twice to cut the lead in half. As I said, it was 4-0, and the Blackhawks made it 4-2. Connor Bedard gets the assist on Tyler Bertuzzi's goal in the second, but in that third period came the other 2 Tuck goals, making it 6-2. Also, those weren't even empty net goals. This was a legitimate hat trick. And the Sabres win both games against the Blackhawks this year. That's the only 2 times these teams will meet. So Buffalo wins the season series 2-0. How horrible. The only person on injured reserve right now, you can't blame it on injuries for the Blackhawks, is Laurent Brossoit. And we talked about that a little bit on the Rise when we talked about the issues with the Rockford Ice Hogs. So I don't know. I don't know what's coming to save this team at this point. You've already brought Frank Nazar up. I don't see anybody else coming from Rockford that can immediately change the results here. Blackhawks are 12-2-2 with 26 points, which of course is last in the Central Division, but is also last in the entire league.
22, right? 12-22-2?
Did I say that wrong? 12-22-2. Yeah. For 26 points.
Yeah.
12 wins, 22 losses, 2 overtime losses.
Okay. I thought you said 12-2-2.
Oh, no.
That would be a much better record.
Yeah. We'd be in much warmer weather if that was the case, too.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, so they go from, well, with their 3-game winning streak, they go from not last place, but now with their 3-game losing streak, they're back in last place. So
they climbed up on Nashville.
Happy roller coaster, everyone.
They had climbed up on Nashville and a couple other teams so that they weren't the laughing stock of the league, and then they went right back there. In fact, climbing up on Nashville got them right next to the St. Louis Blues, which would have made for a nice storyline going into the Winter Classic. Tomorrow, though, will be the next game for the Blackhawks. That's at home against the Dallas Stars at 7:30 p.m. I don't have a good feeling about that. That's going to be maybe a bloodbath for in favor of the Stars. And then, of course, that leads into the Winter Classic. So
I really want to say St. Louis sucks. I really want to say Green Bay sucks. I don't have it in me anymore.
I really want to just say that the Blackhawks have won a Winter Classic. You know, they've only been in 5, is it now? I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that.
Well, you had Wrigley, you had Notre Dame, you had the ones on the road, which included in St. Louis at Busch Stadium and then also at Nationals Park. I think the rest of the games that they've played outdoors were all Winter Stadium Series. The one in Minnesota was Winter Stadium Series. The one at Soldier Field was a Winter Stadium Series.
What about Busch?
No, that one I included in there. So yeah, this will be the Blackhawks' 5th Winter Classic, and they will be if they lose this one, they'll be 0-5. Unbelievable. And yet people are still going to complain, the Blackhawks are in another outdoor game. Yeah, because we'd like to win one here in Chicago. There's a lot of festivities going downtown.
It's what we have to look forward, man.
There's a lot of festivities happening downtown this week leading up to the Winter Classic. Sunday night will be the Spit and Chicklets live show at the Riviera. And then Monday will be both the Hockey Night in Scottsdale event at the Barn Hockey Bar. Kind of a tough name for a podcast now that there is no Arizona Coyotes anymore, but that'll be at the Barn Hockey Bar on Ogden. And then later on in the night will be Black and Blue, which is an event which will host both Blackhawks alumni and Blues alumni. We're talking Wayne Gretzky, Chris Chelios, the Stanley Cup, Darren Pang, John Hamm, since he is a Blues fan, and many other names that I think are getting
star power right there.
Yeah, getting added to the list. The Chicklets live show will also feature Chelios, but will also feature Tim Stapleton, technically my cousin, and then also Jeremy Roenick. So that'll be a fun one as well. All leading up to the December 31st Winter Classic at Wrigley Field at 4 p.m. That's the Blackhawks and Blues. First time that two teams are going into the Winter Classic, and both teams have fired their head coach earlier on in the season. So we're going to get a real slop fest of a Winter Classic, and not just because of the weather. Derek was mentioning that earlier. It's going to be 40 degrees as the high. It looks like the rain has moved out of the forecast, so that'll be good. But ice might still be a little on the mushy side, and I don't know if the play will be bad because of that or just the fact that you have two of the worst teams in the NHL going head-to-head in this Winter Classic. I mean, who scheduled this? How did these two teams get the Winter Classic?
I'm just thinking like that scheduled back-to-back for that area, but considering they just had the Chris Kringle mark over there,
now
they're going to have the Winter Classic and everything. I think they've been there like a week beforehand too, so all the stuff that leads up to it, the actual game itself, and then getting everybody out afterwards. So
and then they're not done.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because then, as we talked about with that interview with Hannah on the Rise, Hannah Arbitman will be the in-game host for the the Frozen Confines.
She's everywhere.
Yeah. So then they'll have 4 Big Ten games going on at Wrigley Field next Friday and Saturday. So it's a jam-packed week down there.
Yeah. I'm also jealous for Cub fans or just Blackhawk fans in general, because I don't know if you guys seen the Winter Classic merch that they've been dropping. Really cool, like integration between like the Wrigley Field. They put the ivy. They got like the whole backstop on.
Yeah.
It looks some really cool merch. Like I said, I would like to grab it, but not a Cub fan in the slightest. Clearly, I just wouldn't appreciate it as much.
I got the jersey. I have the Tavo jersey. I wore it on last week's show. If anybody saw that, and despite being a White Sox fan, that patch is very nice on that jersey. And what they did with the numbers on the back to make them baseball pinstriped, I mean, that could be for both teams because both the White Sox and the Cubs wear pinstripes. So I think it was a really nice touch to add that and still stay true to the Blackhawks, you know, their regular looks and stuff like that. So that'll be exciting. Here's the other Winter Classic I went to. Let's rub the patch for good luck over at Notre Dame, you know?
If you actually wanted to watch this game, Nick, you could tune in to TNT.
You can see this one.
True TV, and my favorite, which kind of boggles my mind with this, is Max.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the HBO streaming service, yeah.
Surprised they're not, I mean, it's not affiliated with ESPN, so I know I'm surprised they're not doing like a cartoon ice version, like Frozen.
TNT has this one. Although, be careful when you say that, though, because the last Blackhawks game that was on TNT, that was blacked out because it was also being streamed on CHSN. So I couldn't watch Blackhawks versus Bruins. I don't know what will happen here at the Winter Classic. I believe it'll be different since it'll be the national broadcast.
Stupid.
But
absolutely stupid.
And then before we are on the mics again, next Friday will be Blackhawks hosting the Montreal Canadiens at 7 p.m. That game will be on ESPN+.
Hey, I got that.
Yeah.
Hey,
unless that's blacked out as well.
Nice bundle of the whole Disney package and everything. But before we wrap up with the Chicago Blackhawks, the Chicago Blackhawks have assigned AHL affiliate captain Brett Seney to the Canadian national team for the Spengler Cup.
Oh, interesting.
So
okay.
Good for him. And that information was brought to you by HawksInsider.com, www.hawksinsider.com. So that's a nice little thing for the kid.
We won't be talking Spengler Cup just yet, but stick around. In our next segment, we will be talking about World Juniors, which are underway, as well as the Four Nations Face-Off. But before we get to that, we have a couple of Chicago Steel notes to get in here. It was a light week for them because of the holiday, but yesterday they were back in action. And wow, an 8-3 win over the USNTDP, that is the USA Hockey National Team Development Program. This was the first time Chicago scored 8 goals since February 18th of 2023, so last season. Actually, no, the season before that, 2023. Oh my goodness. That was an 8-5 win over the NTDP U17 team. So the Steel like playing the national development team. This was $2 hot dog and $3 beer night, so maybe that kind of fueled the environment. But they will have another game against the USA and TDP tonight. Goals, though, from last night's game, Teddy Mutrin scored his 8th and 9th goals in his return to the Steel lineup. Ben Urich mirrored Mutrin's performance with 2 goals. You also had goals from Adam Valentini, Hudson Gorski, Charlie Perdue, and Owen Tylick. And goaltender Jack Parsons made 24 saves of 27 shots on goal. Tonight, though, as I mentioned, will be another game at Fox Valley Ice Arena. This will be Blackhawks night. I was planning on going to this one, but I think because of the busy week that I'm going to be having and the sickness that I'm dealing with, I think I might skip tonight.
But you don't want to do the post game skate?
You know what? There might be, not to gross everybody out, but there might be a trail if I do post game skate. Yeah. Let's keep that ice nice and white and clean. Let's keep that ice clean. It'll be Blackhawks night, though. There will be a post-game skate, like Derek said. It sounds like the celebrity guest for tonight will be Chris Chelios.
He's everywhere this week.
Yeah, as I just mentioned, he's at those other events as well. So I know what his schedule looks like for the week. That's crazy. Next Friday, will be a road game for the Steel. They will be out in Sioux Falls at the Denny Sanford Premier Center to take on the Sioux Falls Stampede at 7:05 p.m. And then next Saturday at 6:05 p.m. after another edition of On the Rise and The Truth About Chicago Sports, the Steel will be playing Sioux Falls once again. So a busy hockey week, no matter what team you are in favor of. I mean, we have all those Winter Classic Blackhawks events going on. You have the Blackhawks night at the Chicago Steel. You have Wolves versus Ice Hogs all next weekend. I mean, the fun doesn't stop. Unfortunately, next weekend, the Steel are out of town, but they'll come back to town in January, and there are a couple more theme nights that are on the way. So I think fans could get excited about that. Maybe I'll hit one of those theme nights.
Well, I'm kind of looking forward to Hannah and her sparkly boots.
Oh yeah, the Big Ten stuff.
Yeah, the cowboy thing. The cowboy themed night.
Rodeo.
Country music night. Country night. Yeah, at the Chicago
Silver
Wolves
boots, tonight. Not silver bells, silver boots, along with her silver skirt, probably.
You know, and yeah, probably. And you know, one thing that
Silver
Hannah
cowboy
touched
hat,
upon
too.
was the new ice arena, or the practice arena that the Wolves and the Rosemont Park District are building right next to the Allstate Arena. That's going to be huge for the Allstate Arena because the Wolves practice out here in Hoffman Estates at the Trifon Center. I'm not sure if the Trifon will be housing another team at that point. There isn't really another team to house. But if the area gets a PWHL team, we were talking about this in the Hannah interview, we could look to see them play at the Now Arena. There used to be an ECHL team that played out there.
And by PWHL, you mean
Professional Women's Hockey League. So
There
a
we
women's
are.
team here in Chicago. In that interview, Hannah and I also talked about the expansion of Fifth Third Arena. You could see the Steel moving from Fox Valley Ice Arena to that location since the Wirtz family owns the Steel, or a PWHL team there. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeehaw!
You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. We'll be right back with some World Juniors Four Nations Face-Off.
And the truth about Chicago sports.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN, the talk of the town, and you are listening to The Truth About Chicago Sports. Marcus Mack is on vacation, and filling in for him is yours truly, Derek Geyer, alongside Mike Napolitano and Nick Johnston.
All right, we have more hockey, believe it or not, to talk to. We've already talked Chicago Steel, Chicago Blackhawks, I was about to say
that was our show.
Well, I mean, yes, all today. I mean, if you tune back into the first 2 hours of On the Rise, but we talked Rockford Ice Hogs, Chicago Wolves, Chicago Steel, Chicago Blackhawks, the Big Ten games happening on the Wrigley Field ice next Friday and Saturday. And now we have to talk about the World Junior Championship going on up in Canada. That is taking place at the Canadian Tire Center, the rink in which the Ottawa Senators call home. And that started just this past week, or well, actually just a couple days ago, with the first couple of games happening December 26th. That was Thursday when I was slowly dying. But the first game for the United States was against Germany. That was a 10-4 victory for the U.S.
USA.
That is quite the stat line. I mean, 10 goals in a hockey game is almost unheard of. When I'm looking through the goal scorers here, I mean, USA, I mean, they added goals left, right, and center from a bunch of different scorers. I mean, the goals were spread out. James Hagens was a notable name, especially because he also played for the Chicago Steel. So that's a huge name. Gabe Perreault is also a pretty big name, just got drafted in the last year. Could have been actually 2 years ago. I might have been there for that draft.
Is this the first round? So it's a round-robin tournament, so basically what they need to do is score as many goals as possible?
Yes.
Okay.
So these are Group A, or group stage games, and then they'll get into some of the games that lead up into the actual elimination tournament. Canada played yesterday, and Canada lost to Latvia in a shootout. Now, that was probably the biggest upset quite possibly in World Juniors history. I mean, I don't think anybody saw this Canadian team losing a game. You talk about the lineup for Team Canada. It's a scary lineup. I mean, you have Bradley Nadeau, drafted by the Carolina Hurricanes. You have, just to name a couple other, Sam Dickinson, who is not related to the Blackhawks, Jason Dickinson, but also a huge name, Ethan Gauthier, Tanner Howe, Braden Yeager. I mean, there's a lot of notable names on this team on the come up, some that you might not have heard of, but you will within the next 5 to 10 years as they enter the NHL. But wow, Canada gets shut down in the shootout. In fact, they didn't even score a single goal in the shootout. It came down to the third and final shooter for Latvia, and that was, let me see if I can pull up a name for you here, but that was what ended this game and sealed the deal. That was a shootout goal from Eriks Mataiko. Never heard of him. I don't know about you.
I don't know. I was impressed that you were able to get that out of your mouth, quite honestly.
Quite the upset nonetheless. Upcoming games for both, I'll do both the U.S. and Canada, because I know even if we're all of the USA here, many people like to keep tabs on our hockey rivals to the north. The next game will be today. That is USA versus Latvia. I don't know if Latvia can pull off 2 incredible games back-to-back, so hopefully the USA can keep the winning streak going here. That will be... God, I'm so bad at military time. That'll be at 14:30 military time. So that
2:30.
should be 2:30. Yeah, here local time. Although you know what's? Oh no, yeah, it is. It's 15:30 local time in Ottawa. So yeah, that makes sense. So that would be 3:30 Ottawa time, 2:30 Chicago time. Then the U.S. has a game tomorrow against Finland. That's again another 2:30 start time. As far as Canada's upcoming schedule goes, they have a game tomorrow versus Germany. That'll be a tougher opponent than Latvia even was for them. So look to see Canada try to bounce back, but Germany will put up a fight. That will be at 19:30 local time, so 7:30. And then I don't see Canada on the list again here. They don't have another game until they play the United States on New Year's Eve. So New Year's Eve is going to be a big hockey day. If you do have those blackout restrictions, even though it's on TNT for the Winter Classic, definitely tune into the World Juniors. That'll be the USA and Canada at 6 p.m. Central Time. The rivalry takes off, and that will conclude this little round robin tournament, and then it'll be into the elimination rounds later on in the week as the new year hits. This whole tournament will conclude on January 5th. So it'll be a quick elimination series, as it always is, but a much longer drawn out round robin section of games. But yeah, it should be good. I mean, Canada is coming off of a World Junior victory, and to no surprise, that was when they won the entire tournament. I mean, the last time it was held, it was to no surprise the game-winning goal from none other than Connor Bedard. If you remember that one where he deked out like 3 players, went forehand, backhand, back to his forehand to get around the goaltender who was stretched out, and Canada goes home with the gold. So yeah, it should be a fun time of the year. The one drawback I have with World Junior Championship, I understand why they do it at the time that they do it, is because a lot of these players are either busy with their, professional seasons, and this is a little bit lighter of a time. You don't want to do it when their regular teams are going into playoffs, and also if there's any college players coming into this, well, really they shouldn't be, because this is all U17, but a lot of those young athletes have a break around the holidays, but it's just so weird to have this tournament right now, with everything going on outside of the sports world. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a little weird. And I don't get to tune into World Juniors as much, especially here in the U.S. I think nobody is really super concerned with it when it comes on, but I think we would if it was at a different time.
Probably the reason why they're doing it at this time is for the simple fact that all the students or all the 17U players, actually have this time of the year free. So there's that being said.
Yeah.
But, that's my thought behind it. But I mean, why do any of these organizations do anything really?
Right.
I mean, that seemingly do or do not make sense. Kind of like what Nick was talking about, right before break or during break, I believe it was with some of the NBA players taking exception to the NFL plan Christmas Day.
Yeah.
I got that right here if you want to listen.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you, and thank you for another gift on Christmas.
Oh, absolutely. Merry Christmas to my family back home. I'm coming home, and I love the NFL. But Christmas is our day.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that was LeBron on ESPN after Austin Reeves had just won. Yeah, I completely disagree. I again, saying this in between. The NFL could have a game on a Tuesday at 3:00 in the morning and in a dark alley, and 50,000 people will show up without a doubt. So the idea that, Christmas is still our day for the NBA, that's absolutely ridiculous. I think Carmelo Anthony also had something on that too. Just wishful thinking, but definitely not. I want to piggyback actually to the winner, the Junior Classic.
The World Juniors.
Yeah. So if you want to grow the game, expand eyeballs, get more. I'm not saying that NHL or just hockey's dying in general. There's no sort of indication in that way. But I think that's definitely important to focus on the time, focus on the actual event of itself, make it a big deal if you want these younger kids to get an idea of hockey or getting more idea, get an eyeball on it. That'd be the goal. But the biggest drawback, honestly, for playing hockey at a young age is just it feels like it's the most expensive to play. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Without a doubt.
I think the only sport more expensive is golf.
Probably. Oh, yeah.
And you don't need as much equipment in golf, but you're
it's more
talking,
training.
The high end clubs, the training, and also the time on the greens. You got to pay for all those fees and stuff like that. Not that you don't have to pay for ice time, but ice time's a little bit cheaper than having to go golfing. And it's also less time consuming, I think, than golf.
I think so.
But hockey is expensive. In fact, it's actually these days more expensive because of the way the Canadian dollar is valued. And I think we covered that actually even on last show.
Last week, yeah.
It's actually more, and it's been this way for a while, even before the Canadian dollar dropped, but it's more expensive to play hockey in Canada than it is in the U.S.
So are players starting to
you're starting
come down
to
here
see,
in the U.S.?
And that's been going on for maybe, I want to say, the last 5 years. So you're starting to see.
I don't want to get political, but they talk about all that border talk and everybody like you can't be talking, and they're coming down here. No, that's not what we want. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Well, no,
you blame Canada anyway.
Blame Canada as well.
Yeah, right. But even the fact that now USA hockey is starting to usurp Canadian hockey. You're starting to see, kids aren't coming down as much from Canada as we just joked about. And instead, it's the U.S. actually producing better prospects. So the U.S. is now hockey's leading country. Maybe?
Hey.
I don't know. In the next couple of years, there's going to be it's not going to be as rare and as special to be a U.S.-born hockey player like it was for Chris Chelios or Patrick Kane or Jeremy Roenick or, but you mentioned that quote that LeBron said about how, Christmas is our day, and the numbers would disagree with him as well because you've got the viewership for the NFL on Christmas Day, despite both teams being, or in that one game being losing records, 24.2 million average viewership on NFL's Christmas Day games, compared to LeBron James versus Stephen Curry on Christmas only have 5.25 million average viewers.
The other number I saw, because it was on Netflix and was streamed across the entire planet,
too. Yeah.
65 million viewers was right around the number, at least the total viewership of the two games and everything right there. So
yeah, they probably didn't even take into account those Netflix numbers because it's not an even playing field.
Exactly
but
right.
even on an even playing field, the NFL has the NBA all day.
And there's so many factors as to why the NBA is probably either losing viewership or just, the popularity isn't up anymore. It's just, there's not one particular reason, but, I would say, the constant load management, the stars are not out there playing. I feel as though, again, just you see the same 10 teams on Christmas Day. The Lakers, the Golden State Warriors, the Denver Nuggets, popular names, huge names, but I want to see more. I want to see maybe my squad. I haven't seen the Bulls all year, so it'd be nice to maybe see them on prime time in general, just to see them at all would be nice, but you're getting the same names churning it in and out, and it's not the same. So
well, you have the NBA that has gone to having an in-season tournament just to kind of boost viewership and excitement during the doldrums of the regular season at times,
which it has.
But I just the fact that people were willing to tune into the 2-3 Giants and the 3-12 Jaguars more so than they were excited to tune into LeBron versus Steph.
Yeah.
is kind of wild. And yeah, like you said, it's those same teams playing on Christmas for the NBA. You brought up the load management, and when I went to the Bulls-Bucks game on Monday, it was just like, I understand that injuries happen, but to me, it felt like with that many big names out, Giannis, I've been to 2 Bulls-Bucks games, and Giannis has been out for both of them. Like, it has to be load management, and people aren't excited then,
Well, don't forget, there's also, 17 games for the NFL.
Yeah, they would never do
for
an
a regular
in-season
season.
tournament. There's too much hype for
There's 82 games for a basketball season. So if you miss one of those, Christmas Day games, it's not really that big of a deal. Right. I mean, yeah, the slate for the 2 games. I mean, when you're like saying one team has a 3 and whatever record and the other team is just as bad, yeah, it's kind of shiatsu-y. But at the same time, it's still football. You're still doing fantasy football. Yep. You're still betting on it.
Yeah.
You're still putting everything together. And, it's LeBron. And from what I glean or take away from, everything that I've heard over the last few weeks, everyone's tired of LeBron. Everyone's tired of the Lakers. Everyone's tired of all of that stuff.
It's the same old story. It's just, if you're not like a diehard lover of basketball, you're not going to recognize these names. And it simply comes down to that, where the casual dominates in terms of what needs to be shown, what needs to be thrown out there, advertised, because that's what everyone wants. They want the casual. They already have the diehard. They already have your money. They already have your season pass. They already got your tickets locked in. You're good. They want the casual, and they want to keep throwing up these. Oh, there you go again. Here's Curry. Here's Kevin Durant. But here's Kevin Durant. But here's not actually Kevin Durant. We're gonna throw him up on the graphic, but he's actually gonna be hurt. And then here's gonna be Devin Booker. Oh wait, no, you're not gonna get Devin Booker either. Actually, sorry.
Yeah.
Here's only Nikola Jokic. And that's it. So good luck. Enjoy the Denver Nuggets. It's getting increasingly annoying every single time that these big stars, these big names are there, but they're not there all at the same time.
Yeah, and then you talk about LeBron being overhyped. I think he's still a great player and all, but he hasn't won anything recently. He's won what, the in-season tournament last year? I mean, he hasn't been to a finals in a while, so it's not like you're putting your championship caliber teams on display.
Too. Do you think down the line, I think a couple talking heads have brought this up, like, is that going to be like a note of a stat note later on? Like, okay, oh yeah, he finished his career with 5 NBA championships, 3 scoring titles, and 2 NBA cups. Like, is that going to be something that's sought after? I mean, I think it's very important and really cool that the Lakers and the Milwaukee Bucks both won it back to back to make it like, okay, the stars won it. The stars take it seriously. This $500,000 incentive is worth it for some of these guys. But is that, going down the line to determine Hall of Famers, is winning an NBA Cup going to matter really?
No,
I don't think so. I think it's going to be the same as winning an All-Star game. I mean, doesn't really matter.
All-Star MVP.
I mean, that's kind of like how I view the NBA Cup. Yeah. It's a gimmick that Silver put out there. I mean, meant to bring in eyes to the NBA. Okay, it's worked. I'm not really sure about like all of the ostentatious
When you say it's
floors.
worked, what do you mean by it's worked? I'm not quite sure.
Brought a little bit more viewership to the game.
Okay.
For the NBA.
I just haven't seen the numbers, so I would have to look myself.
And that's about it. Okay. It's added just a little bit of a bump.
Gives the guys a free trip to Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. That's about it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Finish your thought, because I was going to jump back into stuff.
It was just about as disturbing as when the commissioner of baseball called it a piece of metal, in referring to the World Series trophy.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's where my head took it.
Yeah, no, I understand. And that's definitely, especially, you don't want to be calling your actual trophy a piece of metal.
Yeah.
That's not a good look for the league and for the championship. But the World Junior Championships, as we were talking about, Canada had one other game. They defeated Finland 4-0. So Canada still sits atop Group A with 2 games played, 1 win and 1 overtime loss for 4 points. USA is in second with just their 1 game played, 3 points. And then you have Finland, Latvia, and Germany all bringing up the rear in Group A. Group B is Sweden, leading the way with 6 points after their 2 wins and 2 games played. Czechia with 1 game played and 1 win. Slovakia with a 2-0-0-1 record. They have a win and a loss. And then Kazakhstan and Sweden are also in the mix there. So they round out Group B. Real quick, before we go, it's not going to happen until February 12th, and then it ends Thursday, February 20th. But the 4 nations face-off. I've talked about this in the past couple of weeks, but we really didn't get to dive too much into the rosters. For your United States in this tournament, this is the first of its kind type of tournament, because in the past you've had like the World Cup of Hockey or some other tournaments that go on, like the Olympics and stuff during the season. But this will be something unique. And of course, it is the 4 nations, 4 teams playing in this. But it's mostly because of all the things Russia has been doing lately that has gotten them kicked out of the Olympics and a lot of the issues going on politically with their country right now. So you only have the United States, Canada, Finland, and Sweden. Otherwise, you would have some of this high-end Russian talent in this tournament. But for the United States, you have Matt Boldy of the Minnesota Wild, Kyle Connor of the Winnipeg Jets, Jack Eichel of the Vegas Golden Knights, Jake Gensel of the Tampa Bay Lightning, Jack Hughes of the New Jersey Devils, Chris Kreider of the New York Rangers, Dylan Larkin of the Detroit Red Wings, Austin Matthews of the Toronto Maple Leafs, JT Miller of the Vancouver Canucks, Brock Nelson of the New York Islanders, Brady Tkachuk of the Ottawa Senators, his brother Matthew Tkachuk of the Florida Panthers, and Vincent Trocheck of the New York Rangers. That rounds out your forwards in this grouping. The defenseman Brock Faber from Minnesota, Adam Fox of New York, the Rangers, Noah Hannafin of Vegas, Quinn Hughes of Vancouver, Charlie McAvoy of Boston, Jacob Slavin of Carolina, and Zach Werenski of Columbus. Your goalies, I don't think there was any surprise in the 3 selections here. Connor Hellebuck, Vezina winning trophy from the Winnipeg Jets. Jake Ottinger from the Dallas Stars right up there as well. And Jeremy Swayman of the Boston Bruins. I don't know if we could run down the Canada lineup real quick.
Well, I was going to say the only Blackhawk player that actually made the roster for these 4 teams, guess.
Oh, no, I already know it.
Oh, okay.
But for our listeners out there, if you can guess who it is, surprisingly enough, it is not a guy on a Canadian team, so it is not Connor Bedard. It is Teuvo Teravainen of Finland. That was the highlight of this entire listing for Blackhawks fans, really. He'll be the lone representative in this one. We've come a long day from having 7 or 8 representatives in like the Olympics and such. So it's tough times here in Chicago, as always. Canada has Sam Bennett of the Florida Panthers, Anthony Cirelli of the Tampa Bay Lightning, Sidney Crosby, no doubt in that one, from the Pittsburgh Penguins, Brandon Hagel of the Tampa Bay Lightning, former Chicago Blackhawk. That trade still hurts. Seth Jarvis of the Carolina Hurricanes, Travis Konechny of Philadelphia, Nathan McKinnon of Colorado, also a no-brainer, Brad Marchand of the Boston Bruins, Mitch Marner of the Toronto Maple Leafs, if you were waiting for this name, Connor McDavid of the Edmonton Oilers, Braden Point of the Tampa Bay Lightning, Sam Reinhart of Florida, Mark Stone of Vegas. The defense for Canada, Cale Makar of Colorado. That's also a no-brainer. Josh Morrissey of Winnipeg, Colton Parayko of St. Louis. We will see him at the Winter Classic. Alex Pietrangelo of Vegas, Travis Sanheim of Philadelphia, Shea Theodore of Vegas, Devon Taves of Colorado, not related to Jonathan. And goalies Jordan Binnington of St. Louis. We'll also see him at the Winter Classic. Aiden Hill of Vegas and Sam Montembeault of Montreal. So the Canadian lineup is also very stacked. We're not going to dive deep into Finland or Sweden, but you can go and look those rosters up. We'll cover more of that in February when we talk more about the 4 nations face-off. For now, enjoy the World Juniors and the New Year's holiday. We've got one more segment for you here on The Truth About Chicago Sports, and that is the segment where we dive into all of our baseball news. So stick with us right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hello, everyone. This is Dean DeLaley, Dino, with a great Christmas gift-giving idea. Why not give the gift of success to that special someone that could use some promoting? Yes, your friend, family member, employer, entrepreneur music, or personal services could be live on the air at WRMN. For as little as $300, that's just $10 a day, you can give the advertising gift that just may elevate them to the next level. Heck, I spend more than that on people I don't know or even like for that matter. But seriously, call today, 847-741-7700, or go to info@WRMN1410.com and ask for Elliot. Believe me, this is a gift that will be remembered long after the Christmas season.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Welcome back to WRMN 1410 AM. You are listening to The Truth About Chicago Sports. Marcus Mack is on vacation, and filling in for him is Mike Napolitano and Derek Geyer alongside Nick Johnston. And we will be talking about, baseball?
Yeah, we have a little bit of baseball to round out our eighth and final segment of the day. We had a 4-hour gauntlet here. If you tuned in with us since the start, it was 2 hours of On the Rise, our normal show, myself, Derek, and Nick. And then we took over for Marcus Mack today. But hey, stay tuned for all of WRMN's programming. WRMN AM 1410, the talk of the town. You can listen live at WRMN1410.com with your WRMN app, tune in, or smart speaker. You can call in at 847-931-1410 or use the text line 505-926-1410. Or you can chat right through our YouTube, youtube.com/@WRMN Radio. And then your Saturday lineups start out with us on the Rise in the morning from 8 to 10. From 10 to noon, it's the Truth About Chicago Sports, typically with Marcus Mack. And then right after us at 12, and of course, Marcus Mack as well, it is the Chief Guard of the Republic with your host, Mike Tooman, who just stepped in a little bit ago. So he will be on right after this last half an hour. Followed by that, it'll be the Jeff Michaels show from 1 to 2, and then the CD Showcase with Court Stevens from 7 to 9 p.m. Your Sunday lineup will be 6 to 8 a.m. Paul Parent Garden, followed by the 8 to 12 religious programs, the 1 to 4 Dr. Bob Martin show, and then from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law. Your typical weekday lineup: first shift with Marky B from 6 to 9 a.m., followed by the local community hour from 9 to 10. Then it's out to lunch from 10 to 1, and what's cooking today from 1 to 2. Talk time with Tammy from 2 to 4, and a political talk show from 4 to 6. And then Coast to Coast is on every night. So be sure to get all of your WRMN fill for the entire week. But yeah, as you said, last and not least, we have some baseball news to talk about, even though it is winter here. The White Sox, we kind of briefly mentioned it last week, have changed the name because the company itself changed names. Changed the name of the stadium once again. Now it is just Rate Field.
Did they get rid of the arrow? Pointing down?
I think the arrow is still incorporated in the rate symbol. So Jerry just wanted to get rid of the word guarantee because he doesn't like giving out guarantees unless, the team itself is guaranteed to lose 100-plus games.
Sounds about right.
And, so Rate Field. It's a tough one. I loved when it was called the Cell, back when it was U.S. Cellular Field. And, okay, it's the play on words, the fact that, it's not the best side of town. It's not bad. It's not as bad as a rep as it should get. I still call it Comiskey.
Sell because you want to sell the team?
Oh, God, yeah. Join the list of teams that need to be sold here in Chicago. I still call it Comiskey. There was also another name when it was Guaranteed Rate that I will not repeat on air, but I'm still going to be calling it that. I don't know what the nickname will be with Rate Field. The Rate? It's not great.
Maybe you need to
replace.
Either. Never mind.
Yeah.
Foreclosure.
Yeah. No, I can't say that.
We do have some sad news. We talked about one unfortunate passing earlier on. I was actually during On the Rise. We have two more to get to. First and foremost, Bill Melton passed away a couple weeks ago, former Chicago White Sox. I got a chance to meet him at a couple of conventions. Really nice guy, really down to earth, very giving with the fans. So it's a shame to see him pass away.
Yeah, only heard positive things every time someone had a story about Bill Melton. So that's a shame, honestly. Flew under the radar because I heard about that. I'm like, oh yeah, you didn't really register that he had passed not too long ago. So yeah, that's very unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah, he was 79 years old.
Oh.
So yeah,
still good.
Unfortunate, but yeah, lived a long life, and he was a really nice guy. The other passing that we had was not as Chicago-centric, but many Chicago fans will remember the name because he and his Oakland Athletics were head-to-head with the White Sox for a little bit of time in the 90s. Rickey Henderson passed away just last Saturday after we jumped off the mics. So Rickey Henderson was a legend and it's a shame that he passed away. I also didn't look up how old he was.
65.
65. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, way too young. I remember somebody told me. I think it was Tilo actually that sent the text in the group chat, and I was like, wow, 65. That's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Prayers out to the Melton and the Henderson family, and of course anybody affected by their passing.
Have you ever heard all the Ricky Henderson like when you speak in third person?
Third person talk?
Oh, he has some of the best ones ever.
Oh, does he? Yeah, I bet.
I got this one right here. I can actually let me see if I can pull it up and play it. I don't know if I want to get an ad, but we'll see.
Yeah,
dude, my favorite third person story. Do you know this Ricky Henderson story?
No.
Ricky Henderson infamously spoke in third person. He was in the locker room, and someone was talking about Bible verses, specifically John 3:16. And Ricky Henderson walked by. He goes, "Ricky doesn't care what John gonna hit. 316. Ricky gonna hit 320."
Dude, that was from the Dan Soder podcast. So I thought that was
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. White Sox made a couple of transactional moves in the time since we've last reported. They agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Dan Altavilla on a minor league contract. They also agreed to those terms with Mike Tauchman on that 1-year contract after picking him up from the Cubs. They also picked up catcher Matt Thaiss from the Chicago Cubs in exchange for cash considerations. And then more recently, the White Sox agreed to terms with right-handed pitcher Bryce Wilson, and left fielder Corey Julks was designated for assignment.
Honestly, it's funnier that the biggest name, the biggest thing that moved was a former White Sox going from Eloy Jimenez going from the Orioles to now a minor league deal with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
Reports are that he got injured signing the contract with his wrist. Already on the 20-day IL.
That sounds about right.
That sounds like Eloy. Yeah, I did see the Orioles to Tampa Bay move. I just didn't realize that was going to be a minor league stint for him.
Yeah.
What a fall from grace. I mean, I just saw a post the other day of the White Sox 2021 playoff roster. There are only 2 players remaining on that roster, at least for the White Sox, one of them being Eloy Jimenez. And actually, off the top of my head, I can't even think of who the other one is.
A fun joke that we were, kind of playing on throughout the entire year was, could the current 2024 team beat the 2021 team, but as they stand today? So a washed Tim Anderson, a washed
well, if you're talking
Jimenez.
beat as in, punching, then Tim Anderson's going down every single time,
versus this current
down goes Anderson.
121 loss White Sox team. I think the 121 loss White Sox team could actually beat the 2021 team as it stands today.
That's incredibly insane.
I think they're that.
You're probably right.
They're that down bad. I'm trying to remember.
I can't even fathom that.
Nicky Lopez is your hero.
Oh
ladies
my
and gentlemen.
God. Yeah, I mean this downfall needs to be studied because this is uncanny. I don't know how this happened.
Since we did go down this road, and we kind of had a heads up, a little bit of a heads up. What kind of songs would you put to this sporting year? If like anything.
Oh, man.
So for me in particular, I would probably have to go with Johnny Cash's "Hurt."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or to be fair, 9 Inch Nails "Hurt," but I like Johnny Cash's version better.
What is the just when a fallen soldier passed away? That would be the song I go with.
Taps.
Yeah. I would just go with that one.
Yeah. Okay. I could kind of see that, especially with the Bear season. I mean, geez, the historical, biblical losses that the White Sox had this year. Geez.
Maybe
that would be fitting.
Roller Coaster. I don't know. Roller coaster.
I had a
of love.
Yeah, it's literally been a roller coaster of a season, up and down.
Yeah,
mostly down, but
I could assign that to the Chicago Blackhawks, maybe the Bulls. I'm not really sure, but I mean, is there a song that it says disappointment or I mean, I kind of in the group chat with Mike and Grant and and Tilo, I said the CeeLo Green song, Forget You.
Yeah, that could be.
But I like the other one a little bit better, just for the simple fact that it's a little bit more inappropriate and kind of the way that I feel about the Bears and their season, and all of the talking head media people that said that this was going to be a good one because I drank the Kool-Aid on that. Stupid me. Yeah. Stupid me. I'll point the thumb on that one. But I mean, what else have we got?
I found it. I was searching. I had sent in response to you first posing this question. You've got The Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel as well.
Yeah.
Because it's such a sad song. It gets used for a lot of those memes.
Yeah.
In the End by Linkin Park. Great one. Great song.
It doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter. Thanks for the Memories, Fall Out Boy, because it's kind of like that tongue-in-cheek, sarcasm, thanks for the memories. Like, I don't really want them. Knocking on Heaven's Door, Bob Dylan, because I think a lot of Chicagoans are ready.
It's kind of funny.
Oh, they're ready for the season to die.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny that you mention it because the final Bears game will be up in Lambeau Field. So this is the final opportunity for the Green Bay Packers to put us in the coffin, in the dirt, for this 2024-2025 season.
And then for those hopeful Bears fans, they're like, oh, yeah, the Packers are going to be benching. No, even if they are in a playoff spot, they're going to play everybody. Yeah. Jordan Love will play the entire game because it's Toyota-thon. He wants to put some stats up.
Right.
Put some stats up. Josh Jacobs probably wants to solidify whatever numbers he wants to. They're going to throw in everybody and then be like, oh, yeah, these guys just need to hit their contract stuff. They're like, no. They just want to stick it one more time to the Bears.
Yeah. I don't think that game has a time set.
No, none of the Week 18 games are set because they're all going to be
all flex games.
Going to be flex because, of course, they want to have the top game that this team needs to win this game to be in the last the primetime games.
Yeah. That'll be
that Raider show?
That'll be January 5th. So next Sunday. Marcus will be back on before then to tell you all about that. I also had Frolic, which is the theme from Curb Your Enthusiasm by Luciano Michelini. I also had Grenade by Bruno Mars because, that's definitely the fans speaking to the teams and ownership. Like, we'd catch your grenade for you, but you wouldn't do the same.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Send in the Clowns by Frank Sinatra because, that should be every Chicago team's walkout music at this point.
You ain't lying.
Yeah. Last Resort by Papa Roach. That's a decent one. That one's a little dark. Yeah. Or Chop Suey by System of a Down. Both of those songs talk about some serious stuff that I think Chicago fans have to deal with week in and week out. Love the Way You Lie. That's specifically for Bears management. And maybe White Sox management too.
Well, actually, I could kind of equate that to the Chicago Cubs as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We're going to put out a team that's going to do nothing.
Yeah.
We're going to put out a mediocre team that regressed last year. But we're hoping that they're going to come back to the mean. Well, that didn't happen. And now you're shoveling a whole bunch of bullshitsu this year where you should be spending money, but you're not. You get rid of a player in Cody Bellinger for a relief pitcher, which, quite honestly, the Cubs do need relief pitching. And what else? You sign a bunch of guys to minor league contracts?
Yeah.
Honestly, that Bellinger deal is not the worst.
No.
I'm more ashamed of how come nobody else in the league stepped up and said, hey, Cody Bellinger's available. Let's go snag him. So, Diamondbacks could have snagged him. Diamondbacks made a good move with Corbin Burns, but Diamondbacks could have had him. I don't know, maybe just, guys up north like the Milwaukee Brewers could have snagged him for cheap probably or something like that. No, let the big giant monster of the Yankees get a hold of him. So
yeah.
Well, the only thing that I am happy
he'll put like 30 home runs over that short little porch.
Probably. And one of the things that I am happy about is the Cubs acquired right fielder Kyle Tucker from the Houston Astros. Get rid of, really headaches and Isaac Paredes, third baseman for the Cubs. I mean, he really didn't do anything. That was in the trade for Morel last season. He didn't do anything. Wisniewski was up and down as a right-handed pitcher, whether it was he'd have really good games with that swerve or cutter or, curveball. And then the next game he would get lit up and, minor leaguer Cam Smith. So I okay, whatever. But hey, great job in getting that. Now just solidify the other holes because the roster is so wishy-washy.
Yeah.
You got good, decent starting pitching, questionable bullpen. Hitting? Well, hell, that's been all over the board for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
So what else you got?
So Sonar was actually jumping into our
Hey,
song
Sonar.
talk. He said Enya, Only Time was a good one. And then we had one more, which was I Hate Everything About You by 3 Days Grace. And that's what Chicagoans want to say to every single one of their teams. I hate everything about you. So that'll conclude our Chicago sports playlist these days. Maybe it'll be better in the next decade. I don't know. Because I know the new year is coming up, but I don't see anything changing in just 3 days. I don't see anything changing in the next 365 days.
They want fans to get in there. They want fans to buy the CHSN packages or whatever.
Marquee, CHSN,
Marquee.
you name one.
Exactly.
Hey, but you could still watch those 4-11 Bears on regular TV. Oh, yeah. I bet you want to tune into that.
But then...
Thanks, Fox.
If you want to go out to a game, how much is it going to cost you to go out to a game? A freaking half a paycheck?
Sorry, 4-12. I can't. I forgot that. Yeah,
$400 to go to a game.
Oh, to go to a Bears game?
Oh.
Well, that's even more.
Go to a professional sports game in general.
They should pay us to go to these games. At this point.
Especially the Sox.
The Sox should be paying Sox fans to go to games. I don't think I paid for any of the games I went to this past year. Maybe one. I also have a free parking deal because once again I'm Italian. I know people, so I try not to spend any money. At
You
the ballpark.
couldn't help a brother out with that the last time I was there? Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
the sounds of silence.
Yeah, you were there with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, parking at guaranteed.
Oh yeah, we didn't have a second pass for that one. We drove separate.
Like 30. That's the only thing that keeps going up. That's the only guaranteed thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, the one thing that I could say that is actually decent at the rate,
the food
is great.
The food. Oh yeah, I do spend money on the food. I always tell myself I'm not going to because I know what juggernaut, what evil empire it's feeding. But
we need passes for that.
I smell those hot dogs and then I buy one.
Yeah.
So
the
get
onions.
my milkshake.
Oh.
Get my $15 milkshake, boys. Come on.
That's worth it. I don't care. I don't care anyone. That one was worth it. Give me a shovel and I'll keep eating those
street tacos.
Yeah.
Those are good. Helmet nachos. You can't be beat there. I mean that's the bee's knees right there. Obviously, I do have that whole the top 10. Just
go for it.
Oh yeah.
The year in review. We got a couple of year in reviews. This one was just completely Chicago focused. So according to Jermaine Bizzle of CBS, this is his list. Top 10 Chicago sports news stories throughout the year. Honorable mention starts off with Blackhawks Connor Bedard winning the Calder Trophy, the NHL's Rookie of the Year. I think rightfully so. Obviously, this was the big get throughout felt like the draft pick of the century for the NHL. So
and how many games did he miss and he still won the Calder?
Yeah, I think it was almost 20 games because he only finished with 60-something games played.
Yeah, number one overall, led all rookies with 61 points. He also had his first of 22 goals and his 39 assists tied for the lead right there. So there you go. That was a solid rookie season for Bedard. And he's going to keep going up and up and up. So love that addition right there.
Hopefully.
At number 10, the Bears trading QB Justin Fields to Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh Steelers. In return, they received a 6th-round pick in 2025. It could have been bumped up to a 4th-rounder, but the Steelers were smart, and they didn't play Justin Fields the rest of the way out because, well, Russell Wilson's better. But they didn't play him because they didn't want to give him that draft pick. So.
Hope the McCaskies are enjoying that bag of dirt that they got for Justin Fields.
Sounds
Really?
about right. Chicago at number 9, Chicago Sky draft Camila Cardoza and Angel Reese. And honestly, in my opinion, solid get on both ends, and it was just very unfortunate that Angel Reese went down with injury because she set a bunch of records. Probably was going to get that double record if she didn't already get it. The rebounding record, she was up for that as well. So
not bad for a rookie.
Yeah, if there's any bright spot or anything on the right side, on the up and up, it probably could be Chicago Sky basketball in the upcoming couple of years.
Let's pray. Let's hope.
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Everything crossed.
Wouldn't be opposed to it. At number 8, the Fighting Illini, their first appearance in the Elite 8 since 2005. Overall, this past March Madness was pretty solid. They upset number 2 ranked Iowa State. But unfortunately, Illinois.
That was fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, Illinois, the next matchup was against UConn, and UConn was just a buzzsaw. They lost 77-52. So it is what it is. But again, I'm sure a guy like that, a team like that will probably be back in some sort of way. Hopefully. Underwood. I forgot I think, is it Frank Underwood? Maybe the coach's name, but Underwood for sure. Hopefully he gets the boys right back into that same tournament. Trinity Carter's coming back into the WNBA realm. Trinity Carter's foul on Caitlin Clark, if we remember, a little bit of she kind of just knocked her backwards, and there was a whole
there's animosity there.
Yeah, there's a whole year of Caitlin Clark getting bumped around. Yeah, haze is the perfect word for that. Exactly right. The rookie hazing, but
never quite did understand that. But I mean,
bite the hand that feeds you. This is literally this single name is putting all these eyeballs on you, but you want to hurt her. Sure, why not? Chicago Bears Stadium dilemma. We kind of touched upon this on the Rise earlier when I was mentioning Kevin Warren and just the debacle that exactly is that, where you brought him in. You already bought all this land. It's just sitting there waiting to be. They could be digging into the ground right now as we speak if someone just said go. But no, it's just gonna sit there, sitting there.
And the song that popped into my head for this one is "I Love the Way You Lie."
Yeah,
exactly right. And this is tough, obviously, the whole setup in the stadium, but. From my understanding, that
how do you not move
the
it to
highway
Arlington?
System, the highway system still might not be able to handle all that traffic. So
probably not.
See how that goes.
But they would fix it.
I would hope so.
I would think so.
I don't know.
And the train runs up there. I don't know.
You think construction on highways is going to get done just right lickety split? I think they've been working on some highways since I was a kid, and they still don't have it fixed.
90s.
Don't even bring up construction here in Chicago. Oh my gosh.
Number 5. I'm going to blast through these because we only got a couple minutes. We only got like a minute left. Blackhawks fire head coach Luke Richardson. So that was just somewhat out of the blue, maybe, but just the White Sox.
The week that it happened, I was going to ask Mike about it, and it happened. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I thought I was right.
Following his 57, 118, and 15 record over the 2 seasons, that's kind of cause for concern and probably cause for some firing. Number 4, Angel Reese breaks records, suffers a season-ending injury, like I made mention earlier. That was a part of his top 10 list. Chicago Bears fire Matt Eberflus. Maybe
in that same week.
Yeah, maybe just recency bias, but it's there. White Sox breaking the loss record. And, of course, Bears drafted Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze. That's the number 1 spot right there.
That's
Sounds good.
Here in Chicago.
Well, you've been listening to The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN, AM 1410, the talk of the town. From all of us here at WRMN, we want to wish you a happy and safe New Year. I'm Derek Geyer. That's Mike Napolitano on the board. And chiming in, Nick Johnston. Up next, the Chief Guard of the Republic. Have a safe, happy, fruitful, prosperous New Year. And to Sonar and Dino, thank you for putting up with our shiatsu and having us on the air. We greatly appreciate it. And once again, you are listening to WRMN 1410 AM.
Don't drink too much eggnog.
Suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered if you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. Use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fix bayonets, comrades. This is Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid every Saturday noon to 1, except today we're going to be noon to 2, especially special holiday season 2-hour show. We're on WRMN 1410 AM and the Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on 1410.com. Our studio call-in numbers here at Studio 14 on Douglas Avenue. For voice are 847-931-1410. Text us at 505-926-1410, or you could hit us up in the comments on the Facebook Live WRMN 1410 channel. So, hey, there's Paul. Paul's zooming in again today. All right, so today, one of the things that's always kind of angered me a bit is how many people can be frightened into action for no reason because of statements that are made and fear-mongering when you could clearly look up online with a little bit of research that what they're saying is either impossible, unlikely, or flat out untrue, that it just wouldn't happen. You know, I guess in a world you could pass a law and the president could sign a law and then everything could go, you know, but we had I spent over 10 years in psychological operations back in the day. And we had we had defined PSYOPs as 3 types of psychological operations: white, black, and gray. Black PSYOPs was a flat out lie, that you made something up. It's a flat out lie. And it's intended to scare people and just scare people and everything. And the dangers of using that are you lose your credibility. Once you tell a flat out lie, you lose your credibility. People stop listening to you. It might take a while, but you've lost your credibility. And especially when something's so easy to disprove or verify in the reverse, right? Then there's gray psychological operations where it may or may not be true, but you really can't prove it, you know, or you can't prove it from where you're at. You get sort of like flat earthers on that, right? You're standing on the Earth. How can you really tell if it's actually a globe and it's curved, or if gravity actually exists anywhere else other than Earth, or if people have actually been in space, or it's just something? So that's kind of like a gray psyop there, you know, hard to prove. And again, we did not use that because if you could disprove it, you lose your credibility. Then there was white psyops, all right, telling the flat out truth, all right? So like, we have a lot more soldiers in Iraq. It was like, we got more soldiers, better equipped, better trained, better explosives, better everything else. We're going to clobber you. And it was enough to drop leaflets showing that, now not everywhere, or have loudspeaker messages over there that a lot of their conscripted soldiers just turned themselves in. They basically did not want to die. All right, so what I see now in a lot of the press, I guess there's mainstream media, but I heard a new term today, legacy media. And it's like, okay, legacy, that means they're old school, they're done with. It's like, yeah, people might still listen to 8 tracks, but you don't see them. So now they're talking like CNN, MSNBC, legacy media. And part of the reason I think is because they've lost a lot of their credibility. So one of the biggest fears is, oh, we're going to go to war. Oh, World War III is going to happen. Oh, the new president is going to carry us into World War III because he's a dictator. He's a dictator and he's just going to do whatever he wants, and that'll cause World War III, and then we're all going to get drafted no matter what, and we're going to get sent overseas, and we're all going to die. And they're going to send over, they're going to send people to your doors to grab you, to throw you on the bus and send you out to the front lines, much is like what's happening in the Ukraine. All right, but that is untrue. All right. Now you can't prove a negative, right? So they could say this is going to happen in the future, but the future hasn't happened. So how can I say this isn't going to happen? Because past actions have proven otherwise. So for 4 years before, for 4 years ago, we were not in World War III, and 8 years ago, World War III didn't start. All right. So like future actions. Now, there's laws. Yeah.
The War Powers Resolution has been in effect for 51 years, so it kind of does not allow that.
Yeah, the Congress, after everyone was, wasn't much preventing the president from sending troops up everywhere he wanted, and the Vietnam War had already dragged on for almost 10 years. And that's not including advisors we had over there before. Like 65 when they started the draft to 73 when they stopped the draft, and so Congress and President Nixon was president at the time. And so Congress passed the War Powers Act, and he vetoed it because he felt that they were trying to take away the power of the commander-in-chief, which the president is the commander-in-chief. But Congress acknowledged that. But they said that they had the right to declare war and to fund a war. And true enough, Congress holds the purse strings. That's their control over the government. I think we've seen Congress lose that control over the years, because now, again, it's the big fear mongering. There's going to be a government shutdown, and the Chinese are going to invade and take us over while the doors of the White House are closed. Oh, yeah. And again, fear mongering. You don't want that to happen. Social Security checks won't come in. Oh, people won't get paid. Oh, Christmas is a terrible time without money. However, Congress has lost its effort to control the purse strings. The programs come in, they spend money on the programs without authorization, and then Congress passes a bill, an omnibus bill, a continuous resolution to pay the bills that they didn't authorize in the first place. So what Congress says is, in the War Powers Act, the president is still the commander-in-chief, and he could send forces anywhere in the world, U.S. forces anywhere in the world, for 60 days. But he needs to notify Congress first. And if Congress doesn't pass an okay resolution, then he has to have those forces pulled out by 90 days in. All right? And they could also pass a resolution saying, we don't agree with that, pull the forces out now. All right. So that was the War Powers Act. And that has come into effect every time since 1973 when we sent forces into harm's way. All right. So the president acknowledges to the Congress that, okay, I got the forces here. I used them. It's for national defense. He puts a reason in. And then the Congress authorizes that spending. All right. Now, the Congress can also say, well, it is an ongoing national emergency, and then the president, because it's declared a national emergency, then the president can call up reserve forces, right? Not drafting people. The president cannot institute a draft. In fact, the president has the right, if Congress passed the draft resolution, the president can veto it, forcing Congress to give a 2/3 majority to override that. All right. So if there's going to be a draft, all right, it's going to be on Congress and your representatives. So people are all afraid, oh, I'm going to get drafted. Do I still have to register for the draft? Yes, you got to register for the draft at 18 because it's important for, we talked about this before. It's very important for national defense to kind of have an eye on how many people we have ready to go in time of war, where we can throw them into basic training, some skill training, some unit training, and get them anywhere in the world in like 3 months. We have active duty forces, we have reserve and National Guard forces, but as those forces become depleted and need replacements, we may have to draft. That's not only for wartime, though. All right, so the draft can be used in peacetime. Two, if we don't, if the recruiters can't do the job and people don't want to join the Army, and Congress determines the strength of the Army, not the president, not the Joint Chiefs of Staff, no one else. Again, this all falls on Congress, your representatives, and rightfully so. We're a republic, all right, and they control the size of the Army, the federal Army, and the reserves. So if Congress says, oh, well, you only have 800,000 and we want 1 million in, well, we can't recruit 1 million. Well, they could call them up from the reserves. The Secretary of the Army, they could authorize Secretary of the Army to call people up from the active reserve to fill those positions. I believe they have a limit of 300,000. So I could be, I could still be recalled as a retiree. So one day they might say, hey, we need a CW5 here. And they could recall me, and it's legit, to fill those things. And the Congress has already given the authority to the Secretary of the Army to issue retiree recalls. I don't know what they've done. I don't have access to those web pages anymore. But they call it up in peacetime. All right, so they could actually institute a draft in peacetime to start filling the slots that the recruiters cannot fill. So there's still a chance, even if we're not at war, that the draft can be there. So getting back down to it, so everything, as we saw, there's been the only person that could declare war is Congress. That's it. Congress has to vote on a declaration of war. And again, the president can veto that. Unlikely if Congress is going to pass a resolution of war. That's a serious thing, right? But he could veto it, and then they could override him. And we'd have war, and the president's now the commander-in-chief, and he has to go to a war that he doesn't want to go to because Congress told him to. All right, so once you get that act and appropriations to fill these things, he has the authority. And back in the day, when I was first in the reserves, when I first got called up to reserves, there were several levels of a presidential call-up, emergency presidential call-up. The first level was for 90 days. They can extend you to 180. So it's just kind of a minor thing, and he was limited to only so many forces. The second level was 180 days, and they can extend you to 270 days. So the first one, when I went to Haiti, Haiti was, all right, President Clinton sent us into Haiti. He did not notify Congress he was doing that. He just, boom, sent the forces into Haiti under his own authority, and then later on told Congress, right? And Congress said, well, we really don't like this, but he didn't care. So after a while, that's why we were called up to only from the reserves. Right, we're called up for 90 days, extendable to 180. But later on, Congress said, okay, and a lot of us got extended for another 90 days to be in theater because it got approval of Congress. The next time was when I went to Bosnia, and they called us up for 180 days, extendable to 270, and that was extended right away, brother. We were there for 270. Then the main call-up, right, for Desert Storm, when Desert Storm came around, came around before that, those call-ups were for a year, 1 year, and they could be extendable to 2 years. And if you got called up on a presidential call-up order, that emergency, you can only be called up for a total of 2 years on each presidential call-up order. Later on, I believe in 2008, Congress changed that, and to give the Department of Defense and to give the I guess president at the time, it was President Obama, to give him more authority to use more troops. So they said, oh, you could get called up multiple times on the same presidential call-up order, but only you can't be for more than 2 consecutive years. So they call you up for a year and 364 days, let you go home, call you up the next day. Oh, it's not consecutive. We gave you a day off. And here's the thing. Is that likely to happen? No. All right. Could it happen? Oh, yeah, sure. It could happen. It could happen. And that would require, you would have to be the only guy that had the codes and knew how to get everyone paid. All right. And they called you up from the reserve so everyone could get paid. But now you got to go home and no one can figure out your job. So now they're going to call you back and say, no, you're too important. You're way too important. We're going to keep you on. And then the final call up is if there is a declaration of war, all right, then the president could call up all of the reserves. And that's for the entire war. So it's like you don't just get called up for 2 years. You're there until the war, until at maximum 6 months after the war is over. So 6 months after the peace treaty signed, you got to be home. All right, so that's the final one. That's the big one for calling up the reserves. And as a part of that, the National Guard. So in the reserves, people think, oh, there's only the Army Reserve, but there's not. There's also the Air Force Reserve. There's also the Navy Reserve, the Marine Corps Reserve. All right. There's a Coast Guard Reserve. They fall under Title 14. All right. But they could, it's almost mirrors the same thing. So they could also be called up. All right, for president, and for the duration of the war. And then you have the draft, all right? And the draft time is 2 years. But once you're drafted, you also have a service. The service, it used to be 6 years, but now it's 8 years. So you may get drafted for 2 years, but you still have 6 years in what they call if you don't go active reserve or you don't go active National Guard, they could put you in the individual ready reserve, or you could opt to go into the individual ready reserve part of the National Guard. And now getting back there, you see in Desert Storm and everything, we had a lot of Guard units getting activated. And the main reason for that is your Guard units are your combat arms. They're your shooters, right? So they got the big guns, the big artillery. They have the infantry guys. They have the tankers. They have the scouts. They have all the, the air cav, all the combat arms forces, attack helicopters and everything. Where in the reserves, we have combat support. We have medical units. We have transportation units. We have military intelligence units, MP units, everything that would support a combat unit overseas or a unit in combat. But there are infantry in the reserves. They're in the training units. They're drill sergeants. And they get called, in the summer, they get called to active duty to give the drill sergeants at the big posts a break so they could have a couple weeks off, because these guys are, honestly, it's one of the toughest jobs in the military, being a drill sergeant. I would list the toughest jobs in the military: number one, cook; number two, drill sergeant. that's it. I mean, those are some tough jobs. Kind of, I don't think I would have fit into any of them. And so, am I getting off track here? Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes here. And so now, the National Guard, the president can call them up. But the governor
can call them up too.
Can call them up, but the governor does not have to comply with the presidential call-up of his forces. We fought a whole civil war over this stuff, right? So we're a republic, and the militia forms the republic, right? Militia defends the republic. Each state is a militia. However, when it comes to funding, if the governor doesn't comply with a federal call-up, then Congress is authorized to not fund that National Guard anymore. That means withdrawing all the states can't afford, a state really can't afford to keep an entire infantry division or armored division with the tanks, the fuel, the maintenance, paying for everyone on active duty, 2 weeks out of the year being paid for active duty, full-time active duty support. All that stuff is pretty much funded by Congress, mandated by the Constitution, but also if the governor doesn't comply, he loses that funding. So it's kind of like the way they keep the state, going now. Now, since Desert Storm, that really hasn't happened, and they don't really want to play games with that because, again, they have to maintain a National Guard. And you start having these infighting and everything. I think the politicians know which states they can call up and which states they shouldn't call up. So they do that a lot with the red states. And I think the service members, basically, they want to be there to do their job. They don't have issues with it. It's the politicians playing games. So right now, I hope I've gotten a little bit of explanation, down there, the basics of it. And when we come back, I'd like you to call in and tell me I'm flat out wrong, because I don't want to be black psyops. I don't want to be gray psyops. I'm white psyops. I'm telling the truth, out here. I might look it up and correct myself. I'm going to correct myself on something that I said in the past when I'm going to come back and I've researched it and I'm wrong. So when we get back, I'll correct myself and we'll talk more about why you shouldn't be afraid of all the fear-mongering out there in the legacy media. Oh, 3 minutes? Wow, 3 minutes. Paul, say something for 3 minutes.
Okay, so on the call-ups, under Title 10, that is for the federal troops. So those would be for the federal troops.
Army Reserve.
Now, right. Now, Title 32 are for the state troops or the National Guard units or the reserve units.
Well, no, the reserves don't fall under Title 32. They only fall under Title 10. The National Guard falls under Title. Here's where people get confused, all right? So when the National Guard is called up federally, they are all transferred into the Army Reserve. They transfer from the National Guard to the Army Reserve. Therefore, they fall under Title 10, no longer under Title 32.
Right, but 32 is primarily for the National Guard.
Yes, it's only for the National Guard.
Right, and then there's kind of an interesting issue here because if they get called up, by the governor or whatever, and it's the National Guard, they fall under the benefits relating to the state.
That's correct.
They don't have the same technical benefits that they would have under a Title 10 call-up. And so they're kind of limited to whatever the state law is for workers. And it's kind of interesting. So that is a concern for the troops because there is a difference in those.
It is. And the reserves are only subject to federal call-up. They're not subject to state call-up. But the state is subject as part of the militia. Their commander-in-chief, until they're federally called up, is the governor. All right?
Right.
And he can call them up. And he can call them up, but he has to find the funding for that. So the only thing he's mandated to pay them is minimum wage. And the only benefits he's mandated to give them are workers' comp. All right?
Yeah.
But if it's like a national emergency and they call up the National Guard for a hurricane that comes through, and it's declared a national emergency, not just a state emergency, then it's very likely that they're going to be covered under federal funds for, under federal orders. They'll have those orders amended from Title 32 to Title 10.
Right.
All right.
Which can happen after the fact.
Yeah. So, when we get back, I'm going to give you my apology for what I was wrong on. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel. Fix Bayonets, comrades, Chief Guard of the Republic radio show, co-host Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid. Saturday, noon to 1, except today we're going to be noon to 2. WRMN, 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Our studio call-in numbers are 847-931-1410. That's 847-931, the last four are easy, 1410. Our text is 505-926-1410. You can text us, or you could hit us up on the comments on Facebook Live on the WRMN 1410 channel. So, all right, so I'm going to start this off. My apology is I had said at one time that you could join the National Guard at 16 with your parent permission. All right, so my research has led me that it's 17. It's 17. So I'm sure, I know Audie Murphy had, back when it was World War II, it was 18. But Audie Murphy had joined much younger, but he received, I don't know who he got his, everything.
Sister.
Yeah, his waiver.
I think it was his sister.
His sister?
Yeah.
Well, I think the waiver had to come from the Secretary of the Army.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sure someone petitioned the Secretary of the Army, to get him a waiver. Someone somewhere along the line got on the phone, made a phone call and said, hey, can you give us a waiver for this kid? And that probably worked. And maybe there's one or two kids that did get in there earlier. They got a waiver, they had themselves declared emancipated minors.
Yeah.
And they don't need parental permission anymore because they're emancipated, but they're still not of age according to the law. And that's in Title 10 of the U.S. Code, which is the U.S. Code is the code of the land. That's every law that they make that isn't an amendment to the Constitution. It's all supposed to be based on the Constitution, constitutionality. Again, there are three parts of the government there. So going back to Title 32 and Title 10 orders, right? So when we were called up out of the National Guard, in 2001, I went over to Afghanistan. Now, you can't go overseas on Title 32 orders. That's a violation because now you're a National Guard troop, a state troop involved in international affairs. And so you fall under the direction of the governor, not, he's your commander-in-chief. So they don't allow that. So every time they activate the National Guard to go out of their own state, all right, so if you're Arizona National Guard and you're going to Texas to assist, if you're Illinois National Guard and you're going to Louisiana to assist, now you're going to come under Title 10 orders, all right, because you're outside of your own state, all right? And the Title 10 order there, since you're under Title 10, if you're helping in Hurricane Katrina and an alligator bit your leg off, right, on active duty, you are on Title 10 orders. You fall under federal benefits now. All right. So it's only within your own state that the governor could call you up under Title 32 orders. There's I'm trying to think of it's the posse. Yeah. So title. So yeah. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here. So I went to Afghanistan. I came back before my orders were up. So I'm in the United States now, and our orders were literally running out. And I had to call Special Operations Command to see if they were going to extend our orders beyond that 1 year. And in order to do that, they would need the policy at the time, not the law, all right, was that the the first 4-star in your chain of command would have to approve that, extending you beyond the 1 year. And that was the headquarters 1st Army guy, all right? He would have to approve you being on active duty for an additional year beyond your first year, like 1 year extendable to 2 at the time. So the active duty guys we were with, the command was not used to dealing with reservist or National Guard members. So they only used, hey, you're on active duty, we have you forever, right? If you're on active duty and you're on a contract, they don't have to let you go from your contract. They could hold you over, right, for the duration. All right, when you sign that contract, they can hold you for the duration determined by whoever, right? But if you're a reservist or a National Guard guy called to active duty, they can only keep you there as long as you have active duty orders, all right? So our orders were running out. Counting back the amount of time that we would have to sell back for our leave and everything else, I called the Special Operations Command, and the next time PERSCOM message came out, we were told to demobilize. They were like, "You guys are still on active duty?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was the commander at the time by my position in the UMR, the Uniform Manning Roster. So unit identification code came up in the PERSCOM message, and we're told to go to Fort Bragg and demobilize. Now, at the time, we had a guy over in Bosnia. Now, he's on Title 10 orders, so he's over in Bosnia. That's cool, right? But I told the colonel in charge, I says, you know, when his orders run out, you're in trouble. Because if he's over there without orders, you have just abandoned a service member overseas with no authority to have him there, right? So if he trips and breaks his little toe on a curb on a street in the middle of Birchgow, right, it's on you, brother, right? Because you're the first 06 in his chain of command that kept him over there. So they didn't believe any of this, right? But I still took the orders, and some of my guys came back, and a couple my guys stayed, right? The day before the orders ran out, they had to fly this guy back commercial. I mean, like last minute ticket, commercial. Someone paid, put him on a plane, flew him out of Sarajevo back to the United States because he wasn't on orders anymore. He wasn't going to get paid. No money. Another one of my guys believed the colonel, and he stayed there because he said the colonel ordered him to. And the orders ran out, and his paycheck stopped. And he's like, I'm not getting any money. That's right, you're not on orders. Right? And the colonel had no authority to give him orders. Like I said, it took a 4-star. And I don't think a colonel's going to call a 4-star general and say, I need orders for this guy. And so one of my other guys, I can't mention these guys by name, but he had a lot of connections in the Guard, and he had a lot of money, and he just didn't care. So he just stayed there because he was having a good old time at Fort Carson. And later on, the Guard gave him orders. But they gave him Title 32 orders, training orders. So there's a difference between training and being sent. So they put you up on Title 32 orders, and they send you to summer camp, all right? You're from Illinois, but you go to Indiana. That's a training, all right? So you're not on a emergency order, all right? So they put him on training orders at Fort Carson. So he's chewing up training orders for 2 months there. So he didn't lose any pay. They backdated those orders so he didn't lose any pay while he was there, you know, basically taking up space. And they did this guy, the other guy, couldn't afford to just sit around like that. He was literally hand to mouth. So he ended up taking his butt all by himself on his own dime to Fort Bragg, demobbing on his own dime. You know, he wasn't getting paid while he was there. I think they let him eat in the mess hall and then coming back to Chicago. You know, so he had to fill out all that paperwork afterwards and explain why, you know. I went to, when I was at Fort Bragg, they said, hey, where are these 3 guys? I says, well, one of them's in Bosnia. All right. He was informed. He ain't coming. The colonel wouldn't let him come. All right. The other 2 are at Fort Carson and refused to come with me. And they said, well, do you want him court-martialed? I'm like, here's the thing, right? No. Because now they're going to put me on active duty orders. All right, I'd be on Title 10 orders to make sure these guys are prosecuted. And they would extend their Title 10 orders, and they would be prosecuted on active duty. And, you know, that's a pretty serious thing, missing movement and disobeying a direct order. But I knew it would all work out in the end, you know. So that's the different. The Posse Comitatus Act comes in place because it's exactly that. You can't use U.S. forces against U.S. persons, all right? And you can't use your National Guard against another state, you know, going to another state with your National Guard. But you can't use federal forces against U.S. persons, all right? But in a law enforcement position as defined by the state, each state, they could activate their National Guard state members to take law enforcement action against U.S. persons. That's the state. They have law enforcement. And a U.S. person, okay, so you have a U.S. citizen. I was born here. I'm a U.S. citizen, like automatically. My parents were U.S. citizens. They were here illegally because they were born here. Their parents were here illegally. They were born. They weren't. One of them was born here. No, two. Two of them were. No, three. Only one of them wasn't born here. So going back, I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm really a U.S. person, right? And they can't strip me of my citizenship, and they can't deport me. Where are they going to deport me? I don't hold dual citizenship with anyone. But then you have a U.S. corporation, which is not a voting thing, but that incorporating them makes them technically a U.S. person. All right. So you're taking law enforcement action against the corporation, which is a U.S. person, flagged in the incorporated in the United States. Then you have a green card holder. So a person that's here with the working visa, right, that's applying for citizenship. They're not a citizenship yet, but they have standing. So they are considered a U.S. person. All right. So the thing, and what people are saying with the mass roundups, right? The mass roundups. We got to have mass roundups of people. So if you're awaiting a judicial trial on your immigration status, you're like in almost like in a no status, but that's like you got a little bit of status there because you're on the books. All right. But if you're not on the books in any of this, right, you're a no status person, you just jumped over the border, well, you have no status as a U.S. person. All right. You're a legal alien. So when it comes to using U.S. forces and federal forces against non-U.S. persons in the United States, they don't even have a visitor's visa. They don't have a tourist visa. They don't have any visa of any sort, right? They're not waiting a hearing on their immigration status or anything like that. They're just here illegally. And just because you've been charged with a crime in the United States doesn't give you status as a citizen, right? Those, in my opinion, and if you're a constitutional expert, please call in and tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, all right? You could use federal forces against illegal aliens and deport them. So let's say you have a gathering center for illegal aliens where you gather them all up, and what you call like Amazon collects. Yeah, I'm sorry to equate people with cheap property that you order online, but we got a massive air base at Scott Air Force Base, and it's pretty central in the United States. So you take everyone to Scott Air Force Base, they load these people up on C-5s, and they just fly them, They just fly them down into these countries on a diplomatic flight and dump them off in their own airports. I don't see anything violating the Posse Comitatus Act with that.
I believe you're right.
Yeah. So when they're saying, mass roundups of everyone, if you got status here, they can't use the federal forces against you. You have to have, and you know what? I'm not saying they can't. That's a strong word, all right? They likely won't. Even in Afghanistan, when you're at war, an actual war, all right, then you got the Geneva Conventions. But the Geneva Conventions have been applied to hostilities other than war also. And as the guys always wearing the white hats, and the only country in the world to have ever prosecuted its own war criminals, all right, we give most everyone the benefit of Geneva Conventions, all right? We treat them all as well as we can, all right? Even people that don't have status. So Afghanistan, you had the country, you had the government there, where they're supporting that government, the Karzai government. You had the Taliban in Afghanistan in a semi-undeclared war. They're like a revolution, counter-revolution, all right? Our sometimes the people we call terrorists, they call freedom fighters. The problem came when you had foreign unaffiliated fighters, Arabs, Pakistanis, Indians, few Chinese, a lot of foreigners were over there, all right, primarily from, Pakistan. And they had no status. We call them illegal enemy combatants, IECs, all right? So they're not a POW, all right? If we captured someone from the Taliban who's at war and everything, we kind of call them illegal enemy combatants, but they're not on the same level as the guys from Pakistan because they're foreign fighters. But we still gave them the benefit of the Geneva Conventions. So they had, they got Red Cross letters, they got all that stuff. Now, everyone talks about Abu Ghraib. That was a one-off. That was a one-off, and I get into that. Call in and ask me a question. I could tell you my opinion on that because it definitely wasn't. It was low-level military that were told to do those things by people that knew better. All right, so I hope I'm alleviating people's fears. That's what I want to do. And the great thing about our republic now, it's like when I went to Haiti with PSYOPs, right? When I was there, I ordered 10,000 copies of the Haitian Constitution in English, French, Creole, and Spanish. There were a lot of Spanish speakers in Haiti, all right? And I wanted to give them out to the schools. And I got a message back from the State Department. Hell no. we don't want them. Knowledge is power. We want them to like their democracy. Don't want them to know too much about it. And the Haitian Constitution was written by educated people, and it's a grassroots level form of government. And if they followed it, it would be a wonderful country. But there's too much corruption involved in everything. Our country, we have free access to the internet. If you don't have access to the internet, you go into any public library and get access to the internet. And rather than going to a public library and thumbing through multiple copies of the U.S. Code, Paul, in order to have every U.S. law on the books, how many volumes would you have to have in your bookshelf? If let's say they did it on normal paper at a 12 font, like 8x10.
Well, it'd be however long each title is. Some could be, I was reading for this, some are 100 pages. So if you have hundreds, if not thousands of titles, you would have, tens of thousands of pages, and you'd have like hundreds of books.
Yeah, I've been into some legal offices, and they got walls filled with books, and that's not just the law, but that's case law, right?
That's right.
And everything that's decided on it. The great thing about the internet and computers and stuff is you just pull that up in a PDF file, Control F, and search for the term you're looking for, and it kind of pulls it up. And all these things are available. Our own government makes them available online. So you could download a PDF. It takes about 10 seconds in the modern internet to download the entire title, the entire U.S. code. The entire U.S. code takes about 10 seconds. And then if you could search it. And so you go down the rabbit hole. That's the funny thing, right? You start going down the rabbit hole on, what leads to what leads to what, right? And that was, I think, what made me an effective officer in the military, is because I could go down that rabbit hole and get down to the basics and say, oh, well, and things that I put in, I came the second time in Afghanistan. This is before they changed the law. Before, you could get activated for 1 year and extended for another, for a total of 2 years. So I got activated for 1 year. First time I come back, I get activated again. So they can only keep me for 1 more year by the law, total of 2 years. And you can volunteer, but you have to volunteer. Now you have to be a volunteer. They could non-voluntarily extend you, but I looked it up, they had to search the entire Army Reserve and to find a replacement for you. And if they didn't find a replacement for you, then they could extend you involuntarily as essential to the mission, right? So again, I gave it to the active duty guys, and they laugh at me, and they write me a counseling statement saying what a jerk I was to bring this up, right? And so, so what happens is they suddenly realize, no, I've got the power of law behind my side. It's right there. It's all written down. They had finally went to a lawyer and said, can he do this? And they said, of course he can. It's all in. Didn't you read these rules? The guy wasn't lying to you. He's a military intelligence officer. He knows what he's doing. So now I got this major that chewed me out, and I got the piece of paper saying, I told you. That he made me sign, and he signed. That I told him, and he told me I was wrong. But then they sent me home. Right, so, and being able to defend yourself by looking up these things, not to loophole anyone, right? Just to know, knowledge is power, right? I'm going to lock you up for what? And then they can't answer. Okay, well, let's say they do lock you up. No, what for? I think you're going to beat it if they can't articulate it or they make something up or whatever. So, do you ever run into a situation like that, Paul, where you knew a lot more than your bosses?
Several times. I had a boss one time where I told him that a guy had gone away, to another state, and he was wanted for murder. And my boss said, so you're trying to tell me that there's no statute of limitations if Junebug goes to Texas? I go, well, yeah, for two reasons. There's no statute of limitations on murder. And number two, when you leave the state, it told us he took my book, threw it at me, and sent me out of the office after it. So, yeah, I've seen that.
I think, I have fond memories of those times I was being chewed out and I knew I was right. Fond memories, because the only problem with that is I think the people that are so dumb, that they don't research it, right? They just, in their arrogance, they think they're absolutely right in everything. When they're proven wrong, it doesn't matter to them. They don't care. Like I say, the second highest level of happy is stupid happy.
Exactly.
They're just happy. I don't know why. The best thing when they absolutely, no matter what they do, no matter how stupid, right? They absolutely know it's going to work until it doesn't.
Right, they're in their own zone.
All right, come back and hear more of the Chief Guard of the Republic. Call in about Title 10, Title 32, and Title 50 of the U.S. Code. If you're Coast Guard, call in about Title 14.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo .November Echo Tango.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Fixed bayonets, comrades. This is Chief Guard of the Republic Radio Show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt every Saturday noon to 1, WRMN 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Studio call-in numbers 847-931-1410, 505-926-1410, or hit us up in the comments on the Facebook Live WRMN 1410 channel. I see we have the Dutchman out there. And hi, Dutchman. I'm glad you're listening to the show. Maybe you're listening earlier to the sports show. Those guys are good guys. I like them. Everything I know, really, everything I know about Chicago sports is from those guys in those shows. And from Marcus. You know, Marcus is a great guy on the show before this. I listened to him. He's very passionate. I can tell. You know, when I see him when I come in here, he's a real person. These are real people for real sports in the area. You know, not like some disembodied talking head on TV, you know, and they're sitting behind some fancy thing and they're not even wearing pants, you know. It's like, oh, I got the suit coat on and I look like I used to be a football player, but I can't afford pants anymore. That's why I'm working here. Yeah. So the when it comes to the military and everything, if you don't want the draft involved, if you don't want the draft coming back, I'm not scaring anyone here, but if we do fall below a certain number of the military, let's say the active duty especially. So off the top of my head, I'm going to say that the top number is 1 million, but I just made that up. There's an official number out there that Congress has determined to be the maximum personnel in the military, all right? But let's say it's 1 million because it's a nice even number. And 1 year, they have so many retirements, so many people aging out, they can only keep you until 64 without an act of Congress, right? So many people aging out or so many people getting promoted up. You can only keep a guy for a private for so long. And then you're supposed to fill the lower ranks with new people. And if they can't recruit those new people in, they will call in people from the reserves. They can call in people from the reserves to fill those slots to bring the Army up to numbers, but they can only keep them for 2 years. And then they got to let them go. So, and like I already said, the reserves, the Army Reserve and the Navy Reserve and the Marine Corps, well, the Marine Corps Reserve, probably not so much, but the Army Reserve, the way it's organized, they're organized into combat support units. Many of those units aren't even found on active duty because they might be necessary during a full-blown, you know, frontal war with our adversaries in Europe or in Asia, where, you know, it's force on force of several 100,000 well-prepared and well-armed and well-disciplined troops versus several 100,000 of ours well-prepared and well-disciplined troops. You know, you might need better logistics. You might need specialized medical units, veterinarian units, civil affairs units, things that you won't find as much on active duty. Those are in the reserves. The National Guard is where you have all your combat forces. So it would require then for the president to fill in infantry, scout, and armor positions to call up troops from the National Guard and to federalize them. Now, if they don't want to do that for whatever reason, if Congress says, well, that's not an option, all right, then Congress can pass the draft, and say, well, we're going to have to draft 300,000 people per year out of so much of the draftee population, even if we're not at war. Even if we're not at war, that's to fill the slots to ensure that we don't go to war. Because you want to have enough to deter. All right? You don't go, if you're a baseball team and you only have 6 players that aren't injured that can actually play, you're going to forfeit the game. You can't play. You need a catcher and pitcher. There's 2 people right there, right? Then what are you going to have, a second baseman and then a fielder? It's like, so you're going to call up people from the AAA. And I'm not calling the reserves AAA, right? I'm not calling the National Guard AAA. But you're going to have to call up your people because you're going to have to play that game. Otherwise, you're going to have a totally losing record, Unless you got 6 really good players, fantastic players. Beautiful team. And that's why, I think that's why the military service should be respected, not because the people necessarily within need the respect, all right? I don't want anyone's respect just because I was in the service. You don't know me. You don't know what I did. Was it really important, What I want is a respect for the service as it is, and respect for service, so that kids can go in and not be treated like, not think like it's a joke or it's a loser's game or it's some political show. What do you think, Paul?
I think you're right. I think you're exactly right. And you know what, though? We kind of do. I mean, they are entitled to respect because without them, we wouldn't be safe in one way or another, whether it's a deterrent or whether it's active. So I think it's important to understand the people in the military and the important to treat them fairly. They're not cannon fodder. They're people that keep us safe, because when you project weakness as a country, that allows your enemy to view you in a different way where they might take advantage of you, maybe not economically, or maybe not politically, or maybe not in terms of combat-wise, but it projects poorly on the country. So we should respect and admire our people in the armed forces, because they're providing something. Like, there used to be an old joke, I can sleep tonight because the Strategic Air Command is awake, and things like that. And I think without the military, and this goes back to biblical times, the weaker you are, the more of a chance that people will take advantage of you or try to. And in trying to, we're all hurt. And I think that's you make a very important point. We should respect them, no matter if we know them or not, because without them, we wouldn't be as secure as we are.
Yeah, people people complain about high taxes and why does the Department of Defense have to spend so much money? Well, I agree that there is a problem in the Department of Defense with accountability of funding, all right? Because, brother, if okay, so they overpaid me, all right? Like, they overpaid me, I think it was like $30, all right? So I went and I wrote them a check for $30, saying you overpaid me $30, sent it to the Department of Defense. And the next month, even if after I wrote this and everything, they deducted the $30 out of my check, even though it was agreed on that I was paying it back and I had to cancel check. It took me 6 months to get that $30 back. All right? It wasn't my fault. I didn't ask for the extra $30. That was them. Right? So, it could be scary. But when it comes to general, hey, $3 billion. Where'd it go? Well, no. Okay. That's good enough answer for me.
Yeah, we'll write that off. Yeah.
Oh, that was okay. So, not mentioning any names, but I told our colonel, I says, this guy, he's messed up. He signed for all the equipment sight unseen. He didn't even look at it. I asked him. This junior ranking guy came in with a bunch of receipts, hand receipts, and told him, here, sign for this. And the guy just signed for it. And he goes, what's this? That's all your equipment. And this was for the unit we're replacing. And this junior enlisted guy walks away, and I says, what was that? He says, well, I just did the battle transfer of equipment. I go, you signed for that? I'm like, dude, you better hope it's there, because they're going to make you pay for it. Sure enough, at the end of the term, right, a lot of the stuff could not be found because the old unit had lost it or whatever, or couldn't find it, or took it home with them, or did something with it, right? And this wasn't disposable equipment. This wasn't like paper plates or something, all right? So they had to write off $250,000. $250,000 in military equipment. Now, I'm not saying it was actually worth that much. Sometimes these prices are inflated, right?
Yeah.
But $250,000, and they wrote it off as a combat loss because then, all right, the colonel would have ended up paying for it too, because it was on his property books ultimately. And I'm like, but I told the colonel, he's like, yeah, kind of like some things you need to snitch on. This guy's so incompetent, this guy's so incompetent. I would never do that. I signed for something, I'm going to lay hands on it. I'm going to feel it. I'm going to heat it up and brand the serial number to my face. I'm like, yep, I signed for that one. There's the serial number, So they are massively at the higher levels unaccountable for this stuff. It can't be accounted for. That's money lost, and people lose their faith. Just like I said, when you lie to them, people lose their faith in the government, in the press, when you lie to them, when they're lied, or when they tell something that they knew, my favorite term, knew or should have known was untrue. Who told you? Some 3-year-old on the street. Oh, did you fact check? Did you background check that? Did you do any research of your own? No. Why should I not believe a 3-year-old? Yeah, well, I'm like, oh, okay. So these guys are, at that high level, they are. It's destructive to the country because now your taxpayers, right? When you say you need to raise taxes because you need to pay for more in the Department of Defense, and they're like, well, show me the receipts for the $2 trillion. And you can't. And then I didn't see them do it privately. You'd think something would be massively public by that. Like, okay, who lost the most in their command? Okay, Mr. 4-star in your command, your relief for cause. Goodbye. Your services are no longer wanted. Why? Well, can you come up with a couple $2 billion out of your pocket? No? Okay. And then, let him, tell him, you got a month to account for this, and then you're gone. You think he's going to get on his people and start tracking down this stuff? Maybe they don't want to know. Maybe too much money went, but that should never happen. The way they make the military accountable is the way they should hold themselves accountable. I think one of the things, I'm in a military class, right? This is non-political. This is, all right, so it was, man, I can't even remember his name. The general that was, there's several of them that were having affairs with junior officers in their command.
Oh, tell me that's not true.
Yeah. Anyways, we're in this class, and the instructor, who was a retired Coast Guard commander, very nice lady, right? But she was she was a psychiatrist, right? And I would say a little leaning left, right? not bad, seeing the world through rose-colored glasses. And she says, well, you know, these generals put in lots of years of service. Do you think they should have been relieved and kicked out because of this? And I said, I didn't wait for my hand to, you know, I'm in my 50s, right? I'm not going to raise my hand and wait to be called on. Ooh, pick me, pick me. I just stood up and I says, absolutely. Because I want you to go back in their past and see how many junior officers they fried for the same thing. And she looked at me and I says, yeah, I bet you a lot of lieutenants and captains and majors lost their careers because this guy punished them for the same thing they did. You know? Oh, it's
Yes.
all right for me. I'm like, oh, man. There was, and you know what? A lot of them just get retired and they take their pensions, but they get retired in a bad way that makes their ability to run for public office later on kind of bad, you know. Weren't you kicked out of the military? Well, yeah, you know. But one of them, he beat his case in the military, and he was allowed to retire at general, right? So he was a he was one star. He was 1 star. He made it up to no 2-star general. He was a 1 star. He got promoted to 2 star, and then he got caught sleeping with someone in his chain of command, right? That actually worked directly for him almost. And he wasn't single. He was married, and he was not messing with the person he was married to. He was, you know, messing with someone he wasn't married to. And so he beat the case, though, in the court-martial. He had very good lawyers. He paid a lot of it for it. But when he went to the retirement board, the retirement board said, well, during that case, you know, open records, right? During that case that you just went through, pretty much admitted, you know, pretty much we figured out that you had been sleeping with junior service members to you when you were a colonel, when you were a brigadier general, and when you were a major general, 2-star. So we only have to give you a pension at the rank you last served honorably at. So you get a lieutenant colonel's pension. I can't tell you how many thousands of dollars that guy lost, on top of the massive amount of money he had to pay to beat that case. So he gets to say he's a retired major general, but I'm only getting paid as a lieutenant colonel. I'm getting, you know, my pay was as much as a colonel. So there's an accountability, right? There's something you want to see, right? And it's just when people want you, when you want to regain people's faith, you have to hold people accountable, all right? Oh, let's forgive and forget and start fresh, all right? Now, I could be at fault here too. I took over a position in a charitable thing where the person before me had not done a very honest job, all right? And they were screaming that they wanted this guy prosecuted and everything. I says, it's not worth it. The time involved and everything over the money involved, well, you know, the time, the aggravation, everything else, over, you know, does not outweigh, massively outweighs, all that aggravation massively outweighs the money that was misplaced, all right, misused, misappropriated. I says, we're probably not going to get that money back, but imagine, you know, now we got it right. And there was retribution, all right? There was retribution on that person. I didn't do the retribution. Our post really didn't do, or not post, the thing didn't really do. It was the national level went and took control. And there's accountability, right? So now you got more faith. And it wasn't a judicial punishment. It was like purged from the charity. You know, you no longer wanted. Your services are no longer wanted, right? So that guy left. So we're not, until you see retribution on this, people aren't going to have faith. And so I would like, I'm trying to get back to where I was. When the military there and people enlisting and changing the culture of enlistment and everything, no one wants to be pounded over the head with anything in the military other than how to be lethal, right? How to kill the enemy to defend your country, your friends, and your family. That's it. How to help someone kill the enemy, defend your country and friends. And if everyone thinks that you're absolutely going to kill them, they're not going to mess with you, right? In my opinion, in the recent past, we have gotten away from that and has tried to have a very understanding and friendly and warm and huggy feeling about the Army. And when I was back in the 80s under President Clinton, right, there was the don't ask, don't tell rule. So before that, if you were gay or homosexual, right, and if people found out, they would discharge you from the Army, discharge you from the military. But President Clinton said, don't ask, don't tell, right? You can't ask about that anymore. And don't tell was you can't be flamboyant and flashing in people's faces, right? So keep it under wraps. What you do in your own bedroom, we don't care about. We're not going to ask you. Just don't bring it out of the bedroom, right? So in this language school, very expensive school for the military, costs a lot of money to send you there. Greatest school in the world for learning languages, absolutely, without a doubt. All right, one of the finest institutes for learning language ever, the Defense Language Institute. A lot of these kids would join, go through the language school, learn the language, and as soon as they were done with the language, they would say, well, I'm gay, and they would get discharged from the service. They wouldn't pay back a dime of the money they earned, and they wouldn't pay back any of the money that cost to train them, all right? But how do you say they were gay when they joined? Did they become gay when they were, but whatever. So was it false enlistment? You get it. But the Army decided that the military decided it would just cost too much to prosecute these guys, just let them go, even though they took this. And I think that's happened more recently with other ideologies above and beyond being gay, right? And the military has gone in and has embraced this stuff, right? Embraced it, but to the detriment of training funds and other funds and spending that they have to spend to make these persons, quote, acceptable and everything else. And people don't have faith in that. That is, if I get hurt, where's the Army going to spend its money? Or is the Army going to spend its money to make me more lethal and protected? Or is the Army going to spend its money to make me a more woke person, right? And I think that's preventing a lot of people from joining. When that ends, if it ends, I see a miraculous increase in recruiting that they won't be able to attribute to anything else. They'll try to, but it'll be obvious, All right, so when we come back, more of Chief Guard of the Republic. Still got about a minute. Man, what do you think, Paul?
Things are strange. I remember one time when you talked about people, I remember one time one of my partners was looking through a drawer and she found a firearm that should have been destroyed, and they gave it to me. We were a financial crimes unit, So luckily I found an ERPS tag on it. I was able to find the case and I found out the case was closed. And we were a specialized unit, so I took it to the courtroom to ask them to have it destroyed. Well, they wouldn't do it. So, I had to go out of my way to do something that I shouldn't even done, but I did the right thing with it. And I think that's exactly like what you're saying. It's wrong for people to say that stuff to get out of something.
Yep. and we'll be back.
Milo's Rewards is here.
If you're in charge of purchasing coring bits or diamond tooling for an engineering or construction firm, you're gonna want to hear this. 4Core Biz delivers a critical missing component in the market. Our team of trained experts make sure that you receive a full valuation of your actual coring needs to ensure that you're getting the optimum performance out of all your core bits and machines. A cheap core bit is just that. Cheap. It costs less but bores far less holes and costs more per hole. Our bits cost a little more but bore you a whole lot more holes. 4 times more. Give us a shot and we'll send you your bits before you pay us a dime. 4Core Biz. Visit us at 4corebiz.com. That's the number 4, COREBIZ.com. Or call 888-831-9557. 4Core Biz.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
This holiday season, WRMN AM 1410 is celebrating 75 years on the air with a special gift for you. Join us every Sunday night from 9 p.m. to midnight for Old Time Radio's greatest Christmas shows. Relive the magic of classic radio with Bing Crosby, Fibber McGee and Molly, Ozzie and Harriet, Burns and Allen, Jack Benny, and so many more. Whether you're wrapping presents, baking cookies, or just enjoying the season, WRMN is your home for the best Christmas radio shows all December long. And don't miss our special holiday program on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. It's the perfect way to bring nostalgia and joy to your holiday season. This holiday celebration is brought to you by Junk Lookers and Remix Market at 425 Airport Road in Elgin. Celebrate the season with WRMN AM 1410, your station for holiday cheer.
Fix Bayonets, comrades, this is Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid. Every Saturday, noon to 1, WRMN 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Our studio call-in numbers are for voice, 847-931-1410, text 505-926-1410, or you can hit us up in the comments on Facebook Live, the WRMN 14 channel, or if you really want to, you come down to 14 Douglas in Elgin with a big placard or signboard, have your question written on it, slam it up in the window here, don't break the window, put it in the window and I'll answer your question. And I see people walking by all the time. I wonder, where's that guy going? Where's that guy going? But I think this is great having it out there. I wish it was like Channel 7 on Christmas Day, or the Today Show where they have everyone out in front of the window. I'd be like, ooh, look, I'm popular. Yeah, so just talking with Matt here, and but my thing is a woke army. I've experienced 38 years in the military and 38 years of training, all right? I'm going to really be blistering honest here, all right? The Army, the military as a whole, can be a very difficult place, especially in a combat zone and everything else. There's a great thing that the Army it's not a great thing, but there's a thing the military calls trauma bonding, all right? So it's almost like a badge of pride, saying that I went to basic training at the worst, absolute most terrible basic training post ever. We suffered constantly for 8 weeks, 24 hours a day. There was unrelenting, full metal jacket, guy constantly screaming at me the whole time, all right? And the next guy goes, what, only 24 hours a day? They did it to us 25 hours a day, You're like, and everyone kind of has pride in that stuff. And you always remember the guys you went to basic with, these classes with, but especially when you're deployed to combat zone. Well, at least the people you liked, You always had to grab onto people, to keep each other kind of sane there. But as the Army started to lower its standards, after a while, as the economy gets better, recruiting goes down. All right? To increase recruiting, they lower their standards. So when recruiting's good, all right, and the economy's not so good and everything, and people are joining because they need a job, they need money, they need a place to stay and live, then the Army raises the standards because they have a better pool of people to choose, more pool of people to choose from. So it goes from, oh, we can't take you, you only have a GED, you actually need a high school diploma, all right? And then it gets to the point, well, you could get a GED when you're in the Army. They lower the standards. As they lower the standards for that, they also stop looking at a lot of issues people might already have, all right, when they joined the military, all right? So the military didn't cause these issues. They had them when they joined. The Army tries to weed those out in basic training. As basic training gets less intensive and combat preparing, they don't weed as many of the people out. Then later on, these people have problems, and some of them can't address their problems, and they end up doing a horrible thing. They commit suicide, like the 22 a day. And I'm not saying all the 22 a day had the problems when they came in. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that as the standards get lower and things are ignored, the Army becomes less lethal, all right, to the enemies and more lethal to itself. All right, that's the thing, like cannibalistic almost. And so now to address the problem that people have issues with, right, they create the suicide prevention and resiliency training, which overshadow, especially in the reserves, where you pretty much have 24 hours a month to train these people if you're doing it really full time. And you chew up a quarter of those hours telling them not to do themselves in, not to do themselves harm, to be tough, to carry out, to seek out help, how to spot a guy that maybe needs help. And they don't tell you how to say, hey, dude, do you need help, without him freaking out and turning on you or turning inside and running away or whatever. Because we're not trained psychologists and psychiatrists. And the people training us aren't trained psychologists and psychiatrists or social workers or anything. They just receive a letter of instruction and they pass it on to us, right? But they spend so much time on that they're losing the lethality. So now you have half the troops that are spending time on that, wondering, why am I getting all this? I don't feel this way. I would rather be out there, learning how to shoot a machine gun. learning how to drive a tank, learning how to drive my truck, learning how to actually doing my job. That would make me feel better. You know, and then let's say you are the guy having these issues and you're like, oh my God, is the Army so messed up that, you know, I don't know. All right. So you need to raise the standards a little bit. To raise the standards, you need a larger pool of recruits. And then mysteriously, you know, they can't explain it. Oh my God, the numbers dropped. Well, of course the numbers dropped. You raised your standards and you're weeding the people out. So yeah, your numbers are going to drop. They're going to look better, right? Always, if you're having issues, go and seek help. Absolutely go and seek help. To all my brother veterans out there, 100%. I'm going to get a plug that I ain't even paid for, right? I'm not paid for or anything, but you hear it on the radio channels that go, you know, the more powerful ones, all right? And it's the Long Road Home out of Rush Hospital. You can look it up online, Long Road Home. What a great organization, all right? And if you can't afford it, you don't have to worry about affording it. They're there. I went through it. And great people, you know, the great service. You could do it via Zoom or you could do it in person or whatever. They take care of you. You know, so I'm not, you know, go and seek help. I'm not telling you not to get help, all right? But if our Army's flooded with people that need help already, then they're flooding the system. And then we have to pay for them to get help, which absolutely, they should get the help and we should have the services there to pay to give them the help. But that's, again, taken away from our lethality. What do you think, Paul?
I agree with you, 100%.
Yeah, there's that. I lived through 38 years of that stuff, right? And one of the secrets there, and call me up if if you're a big congressman or anyone out there in the government and you want to tell me I'm flat out wrong, please call me up and tell me I am wrong. But for your average Joe, I was on the police department. I carried issues with me 27 years. I didn't go to talk to anyone because I thought if I talked to someone, they'd say, hey, we're going to pull your gun. And how do you be a police officer without the gun, right? I had no issues of harming myself or others unjustifiably, right?
Okay.
You know, because you always have to be ready. You know, if you're a police officer, in my opinion, if you're a police officer and you tell yourself, I will never shoot anyone or kill anyone, please go be a fireman. All right? Because there's going to be a point in time where you have that authority and you're expected to use that authority. Same thing with the Army. A lot of people join the Army and then they say, well, I didn't join to kill. I joined, for college money. Well, don't do it then. Ultimately, you might be asked to kill someone, which I don't advocate, but there's a time and a place. But, I told myself, I can do that, right? I can do that. I have no doubts that I'd be able to do it, but I have issues with other things. So I was always concerned about seeking that treatment, all right? Same thing in the military, carried a top secret clearance, all right? Now, they say, okay, if you have issues, go see someone. Dude, if I have issues and I go see someone in the military, that gets out, that goes on my record, they pull my clearance. Boom, I'm out of a job. What do I do now? Well, every job I had in the Army, except truck driver, pretty much required a clearance. So didn't go there until after I was out. Didn't go to seek any help, all right? Maybe I would have had better relationships and everything had I went to seek help earlier. I was tough. I toughed it out. Should I have been on the police department? Should I have been in the Army? I think 27 years of retirement, everything I did proves that I should have been. 38 years in military, being promoted like 13 times. I think that proves I should have been there. All right. And I think everyone
not everyone that has issues should not be allowed in the military. It's, can you handle yours, you know? And it's the thing is, are you making the military more lethal or less lethal? Ask when you join, you know, for the good of your country, when you join in the military. And, oh my God, I'm coming back to JFK, right? And ask not what you could do for your country. Ask not what your country could do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And I hope he wrote that himself. I hope just no speechwriter just threw that out, right? Because the speechwriter that threw it out didn't get credit for it then, right? It's a great line. If you're going to join the military, ask if you're making the military more lethal or less lethal. Ask if you're making the military stronger or weaker. I don't think wokeness makes it any stronger. The military's always been a social experiment where people get in there and they say, can we do this in the military? And if they get away with it in the military, it goes corporate. It's never the reverse around. It never starts with corporate. It always starts with the military. And corporations are looking closely at the way the military handles it, and they say, sure, we can. Military goes woke, boom, all the corporations go woke. All right. I could blame a little bit of that on our higher education. And like I said, not every veteran out there is a hardcore right-wing radical, as some may call me. I could argue with them because I have some very liberal views on some things where I have some very conservative views on others, right? Again, like I said, if you have fetishes, right? Some people might consider that a mental disorder. But if you have fetishes and you can't keep them in your bedroom and in private, don't join the military. The military is not a place for you to air your fetishes, all right? The military wasn't a place for me to air my issues, I thought, you know? Where am I going with this, Paul? Where am I going?
Some things are better left unsaid.
That's right.
And sometimes more is too much and less is more.
Our commanders, however, and in almost every officer out there has to have a college degree. All right. A lot of them get through ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps, where they go through a regular university, college or something, and after 4 years, they get sworn in as officers. Sometimes they go guard, reserve, or they go active duty, right? And they're on active duty, but they've just come out of a 4-year university. Others go to a military academy. Some go through OCS, and usually when they want you when they allow you in OCS, the first thing they're going to ask for is for you to have a college degree. All right. In the Illinois National Guard, now the Congress makes the rules on being an officer in the military, and the first rule is you have to be 18. So, 18 years old, you could go to the National Guard, and you could be commissioned as an officer. At 18 or 19 years old, you still don't have a college degree, but they require you to get a college degree before you get promoted to captain, all right? But you're still an officer in there. So what I'm saying is that the universities are training our officer corps, which is ultimately the leaders of our military. So whatever views they bring out, whatever views they accept for the university.
Comes from the institution. Sometimes the formulation of the ideas of the candidate comes from the specific institutions they come from.
Yes. And so if they carry that into the military,
and they may be slanted.
Yeah. So that's 10 years ago, I was seeing this with some of the lieutenants there were they were more liberal than others.
a large group of the veterans that I'm associated with, not the, enough of them are very liberal, all right? Not as hardcore as you would think, not as hardcore as they would make you think, right? So, and I accept them wholeheartedly, but how do we tell them that strength is not in wokeness? Strength is, the lethality is in knowing your job, period. Beyond anything else. Beyond anything else. Like I said, your propensities and your fetishes, your preferences in the bedroom, all right, should not interfere with your lethality on the battlefield. Are you a lethal fighter? Are you carrying your weight, or is someone else carrying your weight? Do you require more support or less support, or the same support as everyone else? If you require more support than everyone else, you're not as lethal, unless you're more lethal, right? You're more lethal. Well, we're going to call in the big guy. He's bulletproof, but he eats all of our food, but he's bulletproof. Okay, but I hope I'm not being very too confusing to people, man, because it's I think in the next 4 years we're going to see the military become more lethal. We're going to see a high resistance to it by our Congress, who controls the funding. Back for the last 4 years, they didn't care much about the funding because they're getting their way on everything else. When it comes to changing the policies within the Army, the policies for training and lethality and everything else, I think they're going to come up against, it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a big battle for lethality, which is needed, which shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. They should say, you're getting stabbed on the street or set on fire or, kicked in the face. They're taking your money off of you, they're stealing your car, and someone comes up and gives you a big hug and goes, there, don't you feel better now? Well, no, I don't. I wanted this and that done. I'm sorry, I wasn't trained for that anymore. I wanted someone to stop the guy from stealing my car. I wanted someone to get my money back. I wanted someone to take the knife away from the guy. I wanted someone to make him stop kicking me. Sorry, wasn't trained for that. On that level, that's the way it is on the world level. If the United States isn't training its people to stop them, prevent them, to know that to know that if they mess with us, they will be ended, right? They will be ended. It won't end well. It didn't end well. We talked about Pearl Harbor. Unless they ended us immediately, so hard and so devastating, they knew they lost. Yamamoto knew he lost the war. That was it. Pearl Harbor, he knew, as soon as Pearl Harbor was over, he knew the war was lost. He lost it. All right? There wasn't a decisive victory there, and that's it. All right? They should know that before they even try to attack us, that no matter what, we're going to win. But if it's going to take us 4 years to clear the books, to clean the system up, to change the oil in the vehicles, all right, to get everything up and running, everything well-armed, well-trained, well-moving, they've got 4 years to beat us. So we don't need someone delaying that action. We need an absolutely strong military. We need a military that wouldn't take me anymore. Not because I'm on woke, but because I'm too old and broke. We need a military that's so hardcore. Yeah, so hardcore, right? That you got to be like in Olympic level shape to get in. to be the lowest level truck driver. You know, we want someone that looks like Mr. T driving all of our trucks, because you know that was his job in the military. And wasn't he a truck driver on the 18?
Van driver.
Well, no, the van driver on the 18, but his military job when he was in the military, I think he was just a truck driver.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I don't know what the Special Forces code is for truck driver. I think it might fall under engineer. But you know, I think everyone wants that lethal. Well, I mean, not everyone. That is a extreme, right? I think the great majority of people, the super majority of people, 2/3 of the people would say you could have a woke army, all right, of a bunch of hugging, accepting, loving people, right, that are very polite and never swear and everything, and they smell good, you know. Or you could have a lethal military that might swear every once in a while, all right? They don't smell so good, right? And they might have some other issues, but they're lethal. They're they're killers. You know, they'll stop. No, you know, they will stop the enemy in its tracks. The enemy just thinking about doing anything would cry because they wouldn't want to do it, right? So I think 2/3, your supermajority, would want that, but there seems to be a minority out there with the soapbox. Unlike me, I mean, I only have a once a week soapbox, but that are pulling strings and making this happen. And the only thing I could see is because they want a weak military. They want a weak United States because it makes them feel better, or they have.
You could have a General Patton or a General Mr. Rogers, and they're both nice guys, but I'm going with the General Patton first.
Yeah, well, I talked to a buddy and he said there was like a survey of which military hero would you want leading your platoon, and he said that Captain Miller from Saving Private Ryan, Captain Miller from Saving Private Ryan was like the number one thing. I said that's the worst guy. That's the way. I'm sorry, I see it a totally different way. Saving Private Ryan, they say, hey, go out there and get this guy. I go out there, I find him, right? And he says, oh, I don't want to go. I want to be with my buddies and defend us. My first sergeant knocks him out with a baseball bat and we drag him back because that's my mission. And I got guys to keep alive. He was the worst. He was the absolute worst. But I see things in a totally different way because I'm in the military and I ruin everyone's war movies. All right. So next week, we'll have another top topic on here, talking about it, ranting on. Chief Guard of the Republic here. And check out our webpage, www.cgr.psylink.net. That's cgr.psylink.net. And that'll lead you to our Facebook channel where you could watch these videos. Bye-bye.
Are you frustrated with the way our world is becoming? Do you want to make a difference right here in your own community? Come to the next Elgin Township Republican meeting and be a part of the change you want to see. They are committed to making our community stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Whether it's through grassroots efforts, community service, or local advocacy, your voice matters. Help build a brighter future for Elgin Township.